economies is also a key focus. Achieving these goals will require interdisciplinary thinking, regional expertise, and global awareness. Together, we work to reduce vulnerabilities, promote diversification and resilience, expand social safety nets, create jobs, and accelerate digital transformation to boost future competitiveness. In short, this conference is about generating ideas that are rigorous, globally informed, and rooted in the realities of our region. We are glad to contribute to these efforts, and we look forward to the conversations and outcomes that will emerge in the days ahead. Thank you once again, and I wish you a productive and engaging conference. I would now like to invite Dr. Jihad Azhour, Director of the Middle East and Central Asia Department at the International Monetary Fund, to the podium to deliver his remarks. And now you can clap.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues, good morning. It's a great pleasure, a real pleasure to welcome you at this inaugural MENA Economic Research Conference here in Cairo. Cairo, a city with a rich intellectual and cultural heritage that spans thousands of years. Cairo, home of Al-Azhar University, founded in 1970, stands as a testament to the region's long-standing commitment to knowledge. It was here that scholars like Ibn Khaldun laid the groundwork for several key concepts that continue to influence classical and modern economics, from supply and demand to the division of labor, taxes, scarcity, and the cyclical nature of economic growth. I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to President Ahmed Dalal, the President of the American University of Cairo, for his enthusiastic support in hosting this inaugural conference. In fact, it was a year ago, somewhere in Washington, D.C., when this idea started, and then immediately he said, AUC will be the first to organize it. My sincere thanks also go to his dedicated team for their exceptional efforts, as well as also to my colleagues at the IMF, particularly in the research department, led by Pierre Olivier, who is with us today, and the MCD colleagues and the newly established regional office in Riyadh that for many of you have heard about this office back in February when we organized the Al-Ula Conference on Emerging Markets. I would like also to express my gratitude to the Egyptian authorities and the many distinguished participants from the region and beyond. We are especially pleased to be joined today by many leading scholars and experts from the world and the region. Those presence and insights will make this gathering an impactful occasion. It's our hope that this event will not only foster rich dialogue, but also lays the foundation for a lasting knowledge community, one that will support and inspire the region development and its role for the years to come. We're here to build a regional platform for economic research. Let me remind you first why we are co-organizing the annual academic conference here in the MENA region. Our ambition is to help build an important regional platform where ideas are shared, partnerships are forged, and knowledge flows freely across borders. By doing so, the IMF will contribute to strengthening economic research and support economic policy making in the region, and I'm happy to see that many representatives of these institutions are here today. Looking ahead, we envision to establish this conference as the main annual economic research gathering in the region, rotating across various leading universities and research centers to foster a more connected community of policymakers, researchers, and academics. It will serve also as a bridge between the Middle East and some of the world's leading universities and research centers. This conference is a timely one, It comes at a time of profound challenges and transformations for the global economy as well as also for the region. Trade tensions and increasing uncertainty in the global environment are introducing new layers of complexities for policymakers. For the MENA region, these pressures are compounded with ongoing conflicts, climate risks, and existing macroeconomic vulnerabilities. In some fragile economies, reduced development assistance threatens to deepen economic and humanitarian crises. These forces are testing the resilience of our economies and the effectiveness of our policy frameworks. At the same time, they also underscore the importance, and I would say the opportunity, of building stronger institutions, enhancing cooperations, and charting a path toward more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable growth. Our sessions today will reflect both the complexity of the current moment and the possibility that those moments holds for the region. 4 themes will be discussed today. In the next 1.5 days, we will address some of the most pressing issues. We will begin by examining fiscal policy in the era of tight constraints and high uncertainty. Sovereign debt levels remain well above their pre-pandemic levels, and financing costs have increased in many countries in the region, limiting room for budgetary maneuver. Fiscal adjustment is required to stabilize debt ratios that are at historical high. At the same time, there are old and new pressures on government spending, including supporting social protection and promoting economic diversification. An important analytical and policy question is how governments can credibly rebuild fiscal margins to address future shocks, while supporting growth and enhancing investments, addressing inequalities, and bolstering job-rich growth. This will be what will be discussed in the first session of this conference. And then we will turn to monetary policy and financial stability challenges. High inflation has tested monetary policy frameworks in the last 3 years. Liquidity tools and other measures were used to ease potential trade-offs between price and financial stability. Inflation stemming from recent shocks is moderating, but new waves of uncertainty are emerging that can significantly affect monetary and financial policy decision-making, as well as the transmission of such policies to the real economy and financial markets. Important analytical questions for policymakers include what lessons can be learned from the recent inflationary episodes, what new vulnerabilities have emerged, and what all this means for central banks, including those in MENA region, as they seek to navigate a complex and uncertain environment. We will then move to structural policies and also the renewed interest, as you know, for industrial policies. Important analytical questions here include whether industrial policy can complement broader structural reforms in helping countries overcome market failures as they try to differentiate their production and trade structure, develop comparative advantage, and build new capabilities in coordination with the private sector. And if so, how could these outcomes be achieved? The 4th session will reflect on the future of work in a world shaped by rapid advance in artificial intelligence and effort to build resilience against the effects of climate change. Those were the themes that billions of dollars are going to be dedicated in terms of investment by various countries in the region. Important analytical questions for policymakers here include how labor market can adapt, how new opportunities can be seized, and how to protect those at risks of being left behind. Throughout the 1.5 days, our goal is clear: to bring together the best insights from academia and the best experiences from policymakers and experts. While we will be discussing topics of global relevance, we will seek to understand the most pertinent issues facing our region and how we can work together to address them. And I'm confident that this conference will lay the foundation for lasting knowledge community that will support and inspire the region's development for years to come. Before concluding, I would like to have special thanks to 4 musketeers, Antonio, Gianmaria, who is the 5th musketeer, with whom we have discussed this conference here in Cairo a long time ago, Giovanni, Roberto, and the last musketeer is Asma. With those 4 people and the support of the research department and Pierre Olivier, who is with us today, we were able in record time to put together this meeting this morning. This meeting for us is important, and we look forward that this will be in a moment of bringing and consolidating 2 important aspects, policies and analytics, and work together in order to have, through the combination of those, the right policies and the right support for decision makers. Thank you once again for being with us. I wish you all a productive and stimulating conference. Thank you.
Thank you, President Dalal. Thank you, Mr. Azul. So we're ahead of schedule, which is good. Let me introduce the first panel. As we've noted, the first panel is about rebuilding margins while addressing inequalities. What are options for fiscal policy? I personally like this panel very much because 2 of the panelists are from UC Berkeley, my alma mater, so I'm very biased towards this. Let me start by introducing the moderator, Pierre-Olivier Gournichat, who is the Economist Counselor and Director of Research at the IMF. He is on leave from UC Berkeley, where he's the SK and Angela Chan Professor of Global Management at the Department of Economics and at the Haas School of Business. He's the Editor-in-Chief of the IMF Economic Review, the Managing Editor of the Journal of International Economics. So, Pierre-Olivier, the floor is yours. I'll let you introduce your panelists.
Thank you very much, and maybe I will ask the panelists to join on stage so we can all be there. This panel is on rebuilding margins and addressing inequalities, and in fact it's not just 2 panelists with a Berkeley connection, it's everyone on this panel has a Berkeley connection. Because of course, Alan Auerbach and Barry Eichengreen are members of the faculty in the economics department and respectively in the law school and the political science department. But in fact, Ishak is a graduate from UC Berkeley, and I'm on leave from UC Berkeley. So a lot of UC Berkeley on the panel. So I will introduce this panel. I will give a few remarks, then turn to the panelists. So of course, the starting point here is that the fiscal equation has become much more difficult to balance for most countries. First, we have across advanced economies and emerging markets, we have levels of public debt that have surged well above pre-pandemic levels and are not expected to come down in many cases. And this is something that we've documented extensively in our fiscal monitor. We have growth that is slowing in 2025, 2026, in part because of the trade tensions that we're seeing in the world, but we also have weaker medium-term growth. That's something that we've been flagging for a while. When we look 5 years out, the growth projections have been steadily declining and are close to 3% now, when they were well above that level 10, 15 years ago. We have real interest rates that have increased. Again, part of this was temporary in the efforts to bring inflation under control in the last couple of years, but nevertheless, real rates remain higher than they were pre-pandemic, and in many countries that reflects increased term premia and not just expectations about future short real rates. So debt dynamics, if you put it all together, higher debt, lower growth, higher real rates, debt dynamics are not nearly as favorable as they once were. Then we have new and more frequent shocks that are putting pressure on the public purse. We have geoeconomic fragmentation. We have many risks to the development model for many countries that was based on having access to relatively open markets in the rest of the world, including in advanced economies. We have fiscal costs that could be rising, for instance, due to rising cost of climate adaptation. In many countries, we have rising demographic pressures. In some countries, many advanced economies, it's aging populations, and the cost of taking care of the elderly is going to increase. In other countries, without necessarily an aging problem, there is the cost of making sure that the young are equipped with adequate skills for the future, and that is also something that is going to be costly for societies, even though that's a form of investment that will be more than repaid later on. And then finally, there is increasing risk of social unrest. We see societies' support for taxation or redistribution or lack of redistribution, certainly something that has been very relevant in many places. And that makes consolidation efforts particularly complicated. Although we have successful counterexamples, and we can point to two in recent history. One would be Jamaica, which I think Barry Eichengreen is going to talk about. Another one is underway, and that's, of course, Argentina. So these examples show that it is possible to consolidate, but the path is not necessarily easy, and the conditions are relatively fragile. Now, my colleague Vitor Gaspar, director of the Fiscal Affairs Department at the fund, often talks about a fiscal trilemma, the impossibility of achieving at the same time some policy goals, including growth, but also achieving some goals in terms of climate transition or SDGs, at the same time achieving debt sustainability, and at the same time not crossing political red lines. The trilemma is that you can choose 2 out of the 3 at most, but certainly it's much more difficult to achieve all 3 of them. So we very much need to hear original thoughts on how to tackle this, how to navigate this trilemma, how to best rebuild margins without harming growth, what role for tax coordination, what historical experience we have on debt reduction, and how to address inequality as we're doing this. And I think our panelists today are going to be presenting to you a lot of insights on these questions. So let me introduce them without any further delay, and I will introduce them in the order in which they will speak. So Alan Auerbach is professor of economics and law at UC Berkeley. He's made, as all of you know, many distinguished contributions to public finance and taxation policy over his academic career. Barry Eichengreen is professor of economics and political science at UC Berkeley. Of course, as everyone knows, one of our most preeminent economic historians, with many contributions on fiscal policy, and most recently his 2021 book, In Defense of Public Debt. And Ishaq Diwan is research director of the Finance for Development Lab at the Paris School of Economics, where he teaches, and also professor in the Department of Economics at American University of Beirut, and expert on the region. So with this, let me turn to the panelists. First, Alan, and each of the panelists will have about 20 minutes for opening remarks, and then we'll turn to the open part of this panel. Thank you.
Well, let me start by saying what a great pleasure it is to be here at this inaugural conference, also my inaugural trip to Cairo. Pierre-Olivier has laid out the daunting challenges of fiscal policy, and I am certainly not going to provide all the answers, but I wanted to basically share a few thoughts with you on several topics. And these are the issues that I want to cover. First is the trade-off between revenue and redistribution. Second, the economic cost differences among different revenue sources. Third issue is, can multinationals be made to pay more? That is certainly a hope around the world. Another recent suggestion has been to try to build on the international cooperation that exists with respect to taxing multinationals and extend it to wealthy individuals, and the question of whether that is really feasible. And then just a couple of comments on what I see as the likelihood of market pressures on unstable debt paths. So first of all, the trade-off between revenue and redistribution. And this is basically just statements of some fairly straightforward facts, but that we sometimes lose sight of. Taxes that the government raises can go for several purposes, and they're generally in direct competition. That is, there are different objectives, and they typically aren't, spending for one is typically not helping with the others. And the three that I note here are for public spending, redistribution, and debt reduction. Well, it's given that these are essentially mutually exclusive, the stronger needs for one mean that some others may need to give way. The alternative, of course, which we sometimes just view as a fairly benign alternative, is the option of raising more revenue so that we can achieve all our objectives. But that really causes a conflict with another objective, which is economic health and growth, because as revenue increases relative to GDP, the ability to raise revenue without causing increasing economic damage declines. And I'll be coming back to that point in my next topic. So given that we have this limit imposed by the desire not to do serious economic damage, what does that mean? Well, it means that even if we see a worsening trade-off, that is, even if we have greater needs, say, with respect to inequality, if we perceive greater inequality in society, greater social needs to provide additional resources, it doesn't follow that we should spend more on that. Because one has to compare that objective and the benefits of trying to fulfill that objective with the benefits of trying to fulfill other objectives. So a society that, say, has greater inequality and a less sustainable level of debt may find itself being pushed to deal with the debt crisis, even at the cost of meeting inequality. For example, if we have a given income tax structure and we're thinking of trying to engage in more redistribution, which involves higher marginal tax rates on high-income individuals in order to provide benefits for those lower in the income distribution, that essentially precludes raising more revenue to provide for either debt reduction or moderation or public spending, because that would then require much higher marginal tax rates and potentially very significant economic damage. Now, this brings me to the second issue I wanted to discuss, which is, as we are struggling to try to meet different national objectives with our given revenue system, we should be looking hard for sources of revenue that are relatively efficient, because that makes it possible to raise more revenue. It improves the trade-off between the level of revenue and the economic cost of raising it. Now, as one thinks about this, I wanted to suggest that taxes on consumption have many advantages. They're relatively easy to administer, and administrative costs are one thing we need to take into account. They don't discourage saving by individuals, which provides more funds for investment. And this may be more an issue for countries like the United States than for countries like Egypt, but for those countries that have population aging, given the life cycle differences between labor force participation and consumption taxes are more robust in the face of an aging society, and therefore can provide a more steady revenue source than, for example, taxes on income from work. Now, as one looks at consumption taxes, the value-added tax is the most common form of broad-based consumption tax, and therefore is something that is certainly, it's in use around the world, and its use is increasing, and I think it should. But it's important to point out that the advantages of a VAT can be undercut, and typically is undercut, by narrowing the tax base, by providing exemptions for necessities and other favored goods and services. These reduce revenue, they distort consumer choice, and perhaps most important, they're poorly targeted for the objective. If the objective is, for example, to help those in need by, for example, lowering the VAT on food, most of the benefit of a lower tax on food doesn't go to the target population. And the same would be true of other basic necessities. Because while necessities may represent an important part of the budgets of low-income people, most necessities are not purchased by low-income people. And subsidizing those purchases is very wasteful. And it's preferable to maintain a broad-based consumption tax and use targeted transfers or tax credits to offset perceived equity problems in a much more targeted and narrow, less costly manner. Now, as one moves beyond consumption taxes, and again, perhaps this relates more to older developed economies with older populations, but I think it's also something to keep in mind for countries with maturing social insurance systems. In a sense, it's these countries that have an opportunity to take advantage of the time that remains to them before their social insurance systems mature and become economically costly. That one can help sustain old age benefit programs by, again, targeting them more. In this case, by using means testing. This is a fact that the United States is going to have to face sooner or later, that universal social insurance programs with an aging population get very, very, very expensive. Now, there are drawbacks to taking this kind of more targeted approach to old age social insurance, in particular that individuals during working life may be discouraged from saving to provide for retirement if they perceive that they may be subject to a reduction in public benefits. Nevertheless, I think that this is a tool that will be in use in the older economies, in the older, more developed economies, aging economies, and should be considered in advance for economies that still haven't gotten to that point. And then I would say at the bottom of the list, below the standard progressive income tax that most countries use, I would put what has come to be called so-called pre-distribution policies. That is, policies that seek to achieve social objectives such as redistribution not through explicit government redistribution policies such as a progressive income tax or social benefits, but through distortions of the market mechanism that alter the pre-tax distribution of income. And perhaps because I'm coming from the United States, the policy that I choose to illustrate this are tariffs. Because tariffs don't simply, the objective in the US right now, of course, there are many objectives and it's not clear which of them are guiding the current policy, but at least one of the objectives is to reestablish certain to strengthen certain industries and strengthen the incomes of people working in those industries. Now, of course, that could be accomplished through the tax and transfer system, but using tariffs instead, may be attractive because the taxes that are imposed in doing so are less transparent, and because people may perceive that the effects are, simply market outcomes as opposed to distortions caused by government policies. The general problem with such policies, and if there are many such policies, all kinds of regulations serving similar objectives, for example, is that in addition to causing distortions of the type that are associated with progressive tax and transfer system, they cause additional distortions as well. In the case of tariffs, of course, undoing the benefits of comparative advantage and trade, and distorting the pattern of trade and distorting the pattern of domestic production. Okay, the third issue I wanted to discuss is whether multinational companies can be made to pay more. Let me start with a statement of a discussion of where we are right now. So there's been a lot of movement in the last several years generated by the so-called inclusive framework put together by the OECD, which had two pillars, the second of which, Pillar 2, has been adopted in some form by a large number of countries. And the key component of that pillar is a 15% minimum tax on the incomes of companies operating in any particular jurisdiction. The Pillar 2 also includes other tax measures that are best thought of as enforcement measures. That is, measures that make it disadvantageous for a country to stay out of Pillar 2. Because if they do and don't impose their own 15% minimum tax, it gives other countries the right to tax income in their country. Now, the progress that's been made so far has the potential to make the taxation of multinationals more stable, to lessen the so-called race to the bottom that existed prior to this movement in terms of reductions in tax rates around the world. But a number of challenges remain to achieving this progress. One of the major ones is that the US participation is unlikely. With the change in administrations from the Biden administration, which helped convince countries to participate in Pillar 2, to the Trump administration, which is very much against participation, it leaves a very large player out of the process. My sense is that the only way this process can move forward with the U.S. Disagreeing with the basic components of Pillar 2 is for the countries that are participating essentially to deem the U.S. to be in compliance. That is, to look at what the U.S. currently does, which in some respects has the various elements of Pillar 2, although not in the form that would typically be deemed to be in compliance, and to simply say that the U.S. will be held harmless in this process, and that the enforcement measures will not be applied to the U.S., essentially letting the U.S. go its own way and trying to work around the U.S. Failure to participate. That's a bit of a challenge, though, because allowing the U.S. to go its own way would leave the U.S. with certain tax competition advantages that other countries have forsworn by participating in Pillar 2. The lack of U.S. participation is not the only problem, though. The digital service taxes, which predated the inclusive framework, and indeed were supposed to be eliminated through the adoption of Pillar 1, are coming back because Pillar 1 is essentially dead. It was not success. The process was not successful in getting the general adoption of Pillar 1 that was required for it to go forward. That could be an additional barrier, particularly as far as the U.S. is concerned, because the U.S. was very much against digital service taxes when they were first introduced, and the U.S. has threatened to impose penalties on countries that apply digital service taxes to U.S. multinationals, which are, by the way, the main companies subject to many of the digital service taxes. And finally, incentives for tax competition still exist even under Pillar 2. There are various ways through direct government subsidies, for example, that countries can still compete. And so my sense is that it may be possible for countries to hold the line in terms of where we are now for any additional revenue to be raised from multinationals. I think we're going to need a change in the way multinationals are taxed. I have supported moving toward a destination basis for taxing multinationals. That actually is something that Pillar 1 would have moved very partially in that direction of doing. But I think in the end, it's a much more stable way of taxing multinationals. And if we're trying to raise more money, then I think that's going to be necessary. Can international tax cooperation extend to the rich? This has been proposed. It seems intuitive. Oh, multinationals are one source of raising revenue in a progressive manner. By cooperating, we keep multinationals from shifting profits from one country to another. Why not keep individuals from shifting their incomes from one country to another by agreeing to tax them at a certain minimum rate? I think this argument misses some important differences between multinationals and wealthy individuals. In particular, it's very hard to tax multinationals on a residence basis, which the U.S. used to try to do, because they operate in many countries and they don't really have a very strong tie to any particular country in terms of residence. Residence doesn't mean very much for a company. And that's not a problem for individuals. Individuals really do have pretty fixed residence. And to the extent that they move, if an individual leaves the United States and renounces U.S. citizenship, moves to a low-tax country, the U.S. already has taxes on expatriation that keep individuals from leaving without income they've already earned in the U.S. Subject to tax. So even residence shifts can be dealt with through expatriation levies. So the main issue that people are really seeking to achieve by taxing rich individuals by international agreement is taxing the future income of those individuals. So if an entrepreneur wants to move from one country to another, it's not profit shifting in the sense of multinationals. It's the fact that they don't want them to set up shop and start a company somewhere else. And that really means that they want to prevent shifts in real activities. And interestingly, that is something that is excluded from the Pillar 2 agreement, which has a substance-based exclusion. Companies are, under Pillar 2, permitted to earn a rate of return anywhere that they operate without that being subject to the minimum tax. It's only supernormal rates of return that are taxed because the objective was not to prevent companies from competing for, say, investment, countries from competing for, say, investment, but to prevent profit shifting from existing activities. And so that is not subject to the agreement now for multinational companies. And so having the same exclusion for individuals would essentially eliminate any scope for international cooperation. And finally, just a word, the major differences, if we think about the international debt situation, aside from the fact that there's a lot more debt than there was before the pandemic, the one major difference is the United States. Our fiscal policy is, in a paper I did with my colleague Danny Yegan several months ago, we found that the U.S. has basically stopped being, U.S. policy has stopped being responsive to its debt situation in the last couple of decades. The political process is just broken in that respect, which should erode investor confidence. We've always, a couple of decades ago, you could look at the U.S. debt trajectory and say, well, under current law, it looks dismal, but Congress will fix it. One can have less confidence in that, and less confidence still because of the measures that the U.S. has taken in recent weeks to discourage investment in the United States by, in a sense, talking down the dollar by talking about the things that they might do to people investing in U.S. treasuries. And we're about to make it worse by adopting tax cuts, which will lead to a massive worsening of the debt trajectory without major spending and reductions, which frankly, I think are very unlikely to happen. So where does that leave us? Well, I think the U.S. is a much less attractive place for a flight to safety. And I think that in terms of the implications for other countries, that has two offsetting effects. The U.S. provides a weaker alternative for investors, and that might seem good for other countries. If the money can't go to the U.S. in these turbulent times, maybe it's less likely to leave other countries. But I also think the higher general risk associated with the U.S. fiscal situation just makes everything riskier around the world. And I think that's not just bad for the United States, but it's bad for other countries. So my time has run out, and so I will stop before giving you all of the definitive conclusions that underlie this slide. Thank you.
So while my slides come up, let me say it's a pleasure to be back in Cairo for the second time. The first time was also at the American University, old campus. And if memory serves, I talked about sovereign debt on that occasion as well. This was something that many people, thank you, many people had discovered in the late 1980s and early 1990s, including the bankers. I kind of moved away from the topic for a while until the fund brought me back in the form of this book, which was commissioned in the late teens, and Asma El Ghanani and I worked on a chapter on sovereign debt for that volume that turned out to be so much fun that it turned into the book that Pierre-Olivier mentioned earlier. So in a way, given what happened subsequently, the provocative title that the publishers foisted on us was a little bit unfortunate, but I think the message of the book still stands. Our point of departure in the book was early modern European history, because public debt history, early modern public debt history, is predominantly European history, war having been especially prevalent in Europe, given its physical and therefore political geography. Lots of small states and princely kingdoms butted up against one another and contesting their common borders. Rulers repeatedly resorted to debt to finance offensive and defensive wars, given that geography. Contrast, for example, China, much of which, east of the Himalayas, is a great plain, which formed a unitary state more than 2 millennia ago for the first time, along with a uniform written language, standardized currency, unitary tax system. So for reasons of geography and an internal political unity, China lacked the same need to borrow to finance costly, repeated wars. From the start, sovereign borrowing was different. Sovereign borrowing was subject to commitment problems. The king or the sovereign was the supreme earthly power, the embodiment of the state. But the fact that there was no higher power to limit his or her political powers meant that there was nothing to prevent him from reneging on his obligations. So through much of history, sovereigns have been able to borrow only at relatively short terms and at high rates of interest. So those high rates of interest in those began to come down, and those short maturities began to lengthen with the creation of representative assemblies, where the creditors were empowered to oversee tax collection with the rise of political separation of powers and effective checks and balances. So this kind of resonates with Alan's final words, I think, about the United States today. Going back in history with the creation of those kind of representative assemblies in Italian city-states, then in the Low Countries, then in England, interest rates on sovereign debt came down. I show you here the Dutch case from in the 16th and 17th centuries, the transition when sovereign debt came to be recognized as an obligation of the state rather than as a personal obligation of the individual occupying the throne. So if you look at this history from 30,000 feet, you see that public debt has always been used to meet emergencies. In all hands on deck emergencies, governments use whatever devices are available to them for the national and societal defense, and borrowing from the future is one such device. So financing wars has always been a premier importance. I show you here 200 years of American economic history from that point of view. Public debt has always been used to meet public health emergencies, not only COVID, but the Black Death in the case of the city-states of Siena and Venice, and to meet other exceptional circumstances, such as financial crises. So responsible states borrow to meet emergencies. Responsible states then stabilize the debt to GDP ratio or bring it back down once the emergency has passed. They attempt to restore and enhance that capacity to borrow, because we know there will always be another emergency, another novel coronavirus, another financial crisis, another climate disaster, another geopolitical event. So the most recent WEO that was presented at the spring meetings of the fund talked about the importance of restoring fiscal stability and that capacity to borrow sooner rather than later. So that was the story of the book that Asma and I and a couple of co-authors put out in 2021, and that led to an invitation that I got from the Kansas City Fed to write on the same subject yet again, on the global debt landscape. And I did what prior experience told me was wise under the circumstances. I enlisted a co-author from the IMF, Serkan Arslanalp in this case. So that paper looked at the very broad contours of the sovereign debt situation. So the black line here shows you the evolution over the last quarter century or so of the debt to GDP ratio of sovereigns around the world, updated by a couple of years from the earlier paper that we did. Important to notice, this is an unweighted average of 180 countries. Other people prefer, for other purposes, weighted averages. Here we've simply taken an unweighted average of the data for 182 countries, and you can see that there was some progress made in stabilizing and bringing down debt to GDP ratios for a while after the turn of the century, which, following the global financial crisis and then COVID, was reversed. I'm not sure how much of the figure, disaggregated figures here on the right, are visible at the end of the room, but again, they show for various subgroups of countries, the global average, emerging markets, developing countries, and the special case, once again, of the United States. In many of these cases, one sees a U-shaped pattern. One notable exception to that generalization is major emerging markets like China and India, which did not show a decline even in recent years. And the other exception, of course, is the United States, for the reasons that Alan described. One incidental thing we do in the paper that I think is important is we look yet again at the currency composition of sovereign debt around the world. There's been a lot of talk about redemption from original sin, that a variety of emerging markets have enhanced their, have succeeded in building local currency bond markets and borrowing domestically and internationally in their own currency. This figure should make clear that that's an exaggeration. That if you look at global aggregates where a few countries like China and India have a disproportional footprint, they have made success along those lines. But for the vast majority of developing countries and emerging markets, what was true at the turn of the century is still true today. If they want to borrow, they have to borrow in dollars or in someone else's currency, which introduces special risks in periods of global volatility. So the bottom line of that paper was we have to live with high public debts because sharp, sustained reductions in public debt are exceptional. We know that debt ratios have been rising in advanced countries, emerging markets, and developing countries alike. We know that governments have had repeated reasons, good and bad, both to finance large budget deficits, but only in very rare instances have they succeeded in bringing those higher debt ratios back down once the emergency passed. I think both Pierre-Olivier and Alan alluded to some of the reasons why those episodes of successful debt reduction are so rare. Slowing GDP growth, rising real interest rates, which combine to create adverse debt dynamics. We know we're now in a higher interest rate environment. We know from the forecasts of the fund and the bank and others that we're heading into a slower growth environment, and now we have the Trump shock and the associated problems afflicting the global economy. And we know as well that ideological polarization and frequent government turnover make it hard for countries, for societies to stay the course. If you are going to significantly reduce a high debt ratio, you've got to keep at it over time. You've got to continue to run primary budget surpluses or grow the denominator of the debt to GDP ratio rapidly over an extended period of years. And that's hard to do in an environment of polarized, unstable politics. So that's what Sirkin and I found in our Jackson Hole paper. We looked at a variety of debt consolidation episodes and their correlates, and we found only 2 robust correlates of success, ability to grow the denominator of the debt to GDP ratio, and low levels of political polarization, so that when the name or the identity of the government changed, the policy of consolidation remained the same. So we presented that at Jackson Hole, and one member of the audience raised his hand and said, but what about my country of birth? And that was Peter Henry, whose country of birth was Jamaica. So that seemed like a sufficiently challenging and provocative intervention that we teamed up to look at how Jamaica did it. So what Jamaica did is quite extraordinary. Over a period of a decade, basically the most recent decade, not an easy period, they halved the debt to GDP ratio from 140% to 70% over a period of 10 years. When the government changed in midstream in 2016 elections, they ran primary budget surpluses of 7, 8, 9% a year, year after year after year, under a variety of different economic and financial circumstances. So you can see the primary surpluses and the decline in the debt ratio here. That experience is quite rare. Sirkin and I updated some work that Ugo Panizza, who's here today as well, and I had done earlier, looking at all emerging markets and developing countries that succeeded in reducing their debt ratios by 40% of GDP or more over a 5-year period without excluding cases of major defaults and debt restructurings. And we found only 5 such country cases, Jamaica being one, shown here in blue, Lebanon also represented in the room today, interestingly being another. So how did Jamaica do it? Our answer is by combining two elements. First, Jamaica adopted basically state-of-the-art fiscal rules and procedures that increased fiscal transparency, encouraged the formulation of a medium-term plan, and limited fiscal slippage. And secondly, elected officials built on Jamaica's long-standing, hard-won tradition of consensus building, constructing over a period of 30 years or so, social partnerships organized around different political and economic issues that facilitated dialogue, limited political instability, reduced political polarization, fostered ownership, in other words. So everybody talks about ownership all the time. Only rarely do they really explain what they mean by it, but Jamaica is a case where debt reduction was owned by the political system, and indeed came to be owned by the voting public as well. So the fiscal rules, they were introduced in 2010, they were strengthened in 2014. They included targets for the deficit and the debt. They specified a medium-term trajectory about how they were going to get there, exactly how today's budget deficit is consistent with the target we're aiming for by 2018 or 2026. And importantly, the fiscal rule included an escape clause, which I would argue gave it the flexibility needed to be credible, but also outsourced activation of the escape clause to the Auditor General, to a office whose independence was guaranteed by the Jamaican Constitution, rather than allowing the escape clause to be invoked opportunistically. Fiscal rules don't always work. The Europeans in the room will recall some instances to the contrary. They worked in Jamaica not only because they were well designed, but because of the ownership I described before. So starting in 2013, something called the National Partnership Council came into operation. It was a social dialogue collaboration, perfect, involving the government, the parliamentary opposition, the social partners, and they ended up, after long deliberation, issuing a report about the need for consensus around reform, focusing on 4 areas, one of which was fiscal reform and consolidation. And that partnership approach, I think, fostered the belief that fiscal adjustment was necessary, fiscal adjustment was going to be painful, but the costs or burdens of that adjustment would be shared fairly by all members of society. And that then led to the creation of something called EPOC, the Economic Program Oversight Committee, which basically went town to town and village to village, describing not only the general terms of the partnership agreement, but exactly what the expenditure cuts were going to be and how taxation was going to be reformed to be sure that everybody was going to pay taxes. So this was the prototype, the antecedent of an independent fiscal council, which has now been transformed just this year into something called the Fiscal Council. So when the different opposition political party came to power in 2016, it kept to the medium-term fiscal trajectory and to the broader plan. Didn't matter, who your constituency, which group of voters backed you from the point of view of this policy continuity. Why did Jamaica follow this distinctive path? Because it had come close to civil war in the 1970s, and it had resolved that by creating a national electoral council, which brought together all the party in power, the loyal opposition, the social partners, other interest groups around how do we monitor and ensure the integrity of elections, what they did for elections, they did later for industrial policy and for other issues, finally turning to fiscal policy in the 2010s. So I have a table here showing you all the different initiatives along these lines that gave them experience with and confidence in this neo-corporatist approach to resolving social issues and in particular fiscal issues, resulting in an ongoing decline in political violence. That was where the whole thing started, and in political polarization. So my final point, my final question is whether the lessons from Jamaica generalize. We have a very short list of success stories, so they haven't generalized too far. Yet the fact that Jamaica's experience flows from a kind of a distinctive, unique earlier history, which is not obviously shared or replicable elsewhere, is another reason for caution. Maybe it's easiest to get the party in power, the opposition, the social partners around a table in a single room in a relatively small economy. And the other cases we were able to find that conform to this approach or model, Barbados, Ireland in the 1980s, are again small open economies where maybe this approach works best. Most recently, in 2025, Suriname has explicitly followed Jamaica's example of how to get on and stay on a fiscal consolidation path. So maybe going forward, we will see other countries following that example.
Thank you, Barry. Let's hear our third panelist.
I'm really happy to be here. Jihad, thank you for the invitation, Pierre-Olivier. I see so many friends on every table, but sorry, I didn't have time to mingle yet. I was late. My phone tricked me. I had the wrong time, but luckily the IMF noticed, and they were very good firefighters. They got me here very quickly, so just in time. I want to speak about debt in the Middle East. Maybe my title could be How to Become a Jamaica, after all. And so I want to put really the debt problem of the highly indebted middle-income countries of the Middle East in the context of a global debt tightness, let's say. And I need to do that very fast because I have a lot to say, so I'll try to speak quite fast. What did you press to? This one. Okay, very good. So the plan is to discuss quickly the global debt stress and then to focus on two specificities of the region. The fact that that growth has been very slow, but that there is growth opportunities, and the fact that the social conditions are very fragile, and therefore the key point would be kind of counter the goal of this session to argue that fiscal adjustment alone, fiscal adjustment is necessary, but alone not sufficient, and that focusing on growth is really the best and only strategy going forward in order to avoid a much more difficult situation. So first, very quickly on characterizing the global debt situation, which is very unusual. If you see the net transfers on debt over a very long term, since the 1970s, there is clearly a very large bulge after the global crisis. There was much more liquidity, and there's a unique kind of bulge for developing countries. The big question is, could that continue, given that there are lots of savings around the world, or are we at the end of this cycle? And that's a question mark that is out there, that's unresolved, and that colors the way in which countries are approaching the tightness of the debt market. Now, a peculiarity of the situation is that, because the market opened large in the 2000s, there are repayment walls that have occurred at a time where the global monetary cycle led to very high interest rate, closing of the markets, and an inability or a difficulty of rolling over debts. And so you can see here in this graph debt service. Debt service is very high, about 20% of revenues, and how it evolves in the future is, as what was said by Barry and Pierre-Olivier before, uncertain. It depends a lot on the evolution of interest rates, but also on the evolution of the denominator, growth, GDP, and revenues. And also devaluations, which make foreign debt more expensive in local terms. Now, while debt service is very high, debt stocks, are relatively low because the accumulation dates only from recently, and growth had been very high in developing countries in the past few decades until the series of shocks that started hitting in 2019. So you see that stocks are external debt, around 25% of GDP, and again here, what happens to them in the future? Do we move toward insolvency or not depends a lot on what will happen. Now, one last important characteristic is that the global financial safety net has been unable or not large enough to help these countries smooth the shock of these very high repayment, these high debt service, and what you see here are net transfers in blue from the multilaterals and the IFIs, and below negative net transfers, especially in 2022 and 2023, to the market and to some bilateral creditors, in particular Chinese creditors. And so we've had basically official support to try to help to smooth the shocks leaking to other creditors. And on net transfers to developing countries are now zero or negative. And so there is uncertainty about the ability of countries to adjust, to tighten their belt enough in order to pass this difficult moment. People speak of a development crisis, And uncertainty about where we'll go is reflected here. We see the spreads on the Eurobond market in blue for the lower middle income countries. You see the series of crises. This is since 2014. You see very clearly the shock of 2019 and then the interest rate shock of 2023. Each time there is a panic and then rates come down, but they don't come down to the initial level. They stay higher. There's more risk and there's more variability around countries. This is one standard deviation across countries. You see that the countries become more differentiated over time. You know, right now the median is at over 500-600 basis points, which over Treasury bill, 10 years bill of 4.5%. So, you know, clearly this is above growth rates and you know, danger zones for many countries that are unable to inspire confidence to the markets. And so, you know, what to do there? There have been many proposals. Ourselves at FDL have put together what we've called the bridge proposal. The US has put a pathways proposal, and the IMF and the World Bank have put a proposal of a three-pillar approach, which is now being used in many countries. So basically, all these proposals turned around, of course, focusing on domestic adjustments, domestic resource mobilization, and to the extent possible, recovering growth. These plans backed by the International Financial Organization that would put more financing in these countries that are trying harder. But the most difficult point has been the third leg of this, which is how to convince commercial creditors not to take money off the table, but to refinance at reasonable cost. And that has been really the main challenge. So in many cases, it's liability management operations that are supported by the IFIs that try to do the job. Some countries, say Cote d'Ivoire, more successful than others, say Kenya at this, and are pushing these rates down. So really moving now to MENA, how to place MENA in this situation. The high debt countries I will look at are Egypt, Jordan, Tunisia, and Morocco, not Lebanon, because the challenge here is how to not become a Lebanon and how to avoid actually a debt crisis. And the key specificities that I'll describe are the fact that growth has been very low and that social conditions are very fragile. And so really the main proposal or the main statements that I'll make, which are in this Middle East Commission on Stabilization and Growth that Economic Research Forum and the Finance for Development Lab put together a couple of years ago. The main conclusions still hold today. One, the current financial path is unsustainable. If we continue in these countries on the same path, there's financial disaster. We're entering into a wall. Debt restructuring is not an easy solution because debt is very inflexible. Austerity only risk leading to a social crisis, given social fragility, given the size of the deficit that we're starting with. And finally, the only stable solution is to ignite growth, and moreover, there is considerable growth potential, I would say, unlike the path, but that really these reforms are eminently political, and you need political leadership to change path at this stage. So these are the main statements that I'll spend a few minutes kind of defending. First of all, debt is high, but not yet terribly high. I mean, public debt is high at around the average for these countries, 90% of GDP. External debt at 30-35%, so external debt still modest, but debt service is very high, over 20% of revenue. The leakages that I talked about before are still manageable, but growing and increasingly a problem for some of the countries, particularly for Egypt and Jordan. And you could see in this picture the composition of the debt. There is a lot of multilateral debt in orange, a lot of private debt in blue, and a little bit of bilateral, which is more flexible and can be restructured more easily. So that's the point about the inflexibility of the debt. Countries want to try, cannot restructure their multilateral debt. They want to stay in term on their private debt in order to keep the hope of coming back to the market, refinancing open. Now, domestic adjustment is certainly necessary. What you see here are in blue the government spending and, in orange and in blue the deficit. I think the main point here is that after the Arab Spring, the social movement of 2011, we've seen deficits, we've seen expenditure rise, we've seen less effort on revenue mobilization, deficit rose as governments tried to stabilize a difficult social situation and in many cases support an autocratic rebuilding of the order. And so deficits rose, and you see, even though they started resorbing after 2020, we're still at around 6% deficit, fiscal deficit on average in those countries. So it's still quite large. Spending have started coming down, and revenues are starting to go up. Now, as you look at the projections, of course, as it should be, these projections show more adjustment over time. The question is how to do this adjustment and what's feasible. There are IMF programs in Egypt, Jordan, and Morocco, not, I say yet, in Lebanon and Tunisia, where the effort to restructure is not yet fully started. Now, interestingly, in this projection, the salvation is not expected to come from growth. And this is because the growth situation in the recent past has been quite negative. The growth rates here are in brown, and you could see while in the 2000s, after the structural adjustment of the 90s, growth had become high and buoyant, above 5% in many of these countries. After 2011, it came down because the political situation was more risky, because private investment was crowded out by public deficits, and so growth has been low at around 3% only on average in these countries, and it's projected to stay that way, at least in the current projections. You see also in blue the investment ratio really collapsing on average from 33 to less than 20%. This is really truly a collapse, and we see also the productivity of investment, TFP and the I-course coming down, and this is really reflecting of the loss of dynamism really of the private sector. Now, the fiscal effort is especially large, or expected to be large, in Egypt and in Jordan, where deficits are starting at very high level. One wonder how feasible that is. Lebanon already adjusted. Morocco doesn't have a big problem. And Tunisia is far from adjusting and is not yet projected to start adjusting. And a bit of DRM, domestic resource mobilization, everywhere. But still, for these projections that I show you to be coherent, they rest on the fact that we're expecting much lower interest payment, especially big in Egypt. If you look at expenditures in Egypt, in blue, non-interest expenditure, in orange, interest expenditure, you see a lot of the gain is supposed to come from squeezing the interest expenditure, which of course would be ideal. The question is it feasible? And these are the market spreads, the Eurobond spreads. They don't show a lot of confidence, I would say, for that possibility at the current moment. In red, Tunisia, in blue, dark blue, Egypt, the spreads are right now at around 800 basis points. So really far from the possibility of refinancing, not yet low. Morocco is only at 200 basis points, and Jordan is at 4 and some, 5 minutes. So really, what if the hopeful scenarios do not materialize? We would expect less growth, more cutting of expenditure, and really risks of I would say of social explosion. But let me defend this. My last point here, is the social situation really fragile? When you look at Gini coefficients, they are quite low in the region. So we could say, after all, societies would deal with more, fiscal stress. However, I want to argue that this is not the real situation. We've seen rising inequality of the 1% type, of the 10% type. We see much lower social mobility. We see less gain on poverty reduction. We have rising geographical inequality due to less investment in infrastructure. And really, inequality seems low for a bad reason, because the return to education are very low, because the educated cannot find good jobs, move into the informal market, because the private sector is not dynamic. That pushes inequality down, but in a bad way, because this sort of equality in poverty for the graduates actually increases social grievances. So quickly graphs to show that. Here you see in green, from various surveys, the 10% top decile gaining over time from more liberal or neoliberal policies in Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Tunisia, while the middle class, the orange and the poorer are pretty flat. Inequality of opportunity quite high. This is probability of reaching high school by parental education. Very educated parents on the other side, less educated here. Very large difference between 60% of kids with uneducated parents completing high schools versus 100% for educated parents. That's unlike the past, where social mobility was very fast. Stalling poverty reduction, stalls after 2010 in the mix. And as I said, overall inequality seems relatively low. In dark blue, the Middle Eastern countries with Ginis between 30 and 40%, Morocco on the unequal side, Egypt on the more equal side. And finally, the main point, mostly because of low return to education. So the return to educations, again in dark blue, between 4 and 6% in most countries, and very much due to the fact that on the right you see a large share of the labor force, 50% often in the informal sector. You will meet in Cairo many graduates driving cabs, university graduates, unable to find good jobs. And so really my conclusion, going back to growth, the only realistic way, growth was high in the past. You see in orange, collapsed during the adjustment phase of the 1990s, but then after liberalization, we saw higher growth rates in orange fluctuating, but then you see in the table that after 2011, investment and growth came down in all of these countries. Now, it's a big question in the Middle East for the research community to figure out why is it that growth is lower. Several of us here, I see Adil there, have worked on crony capitalism, on the notion that actually the type of capitalism that developed after the opening of the 90s was not terribly dynamic and was basically very dualistic, favored large firms and pushing a lot of small firms in informality, and missed that dynamic middle that really innovates. And so, if that view is correct, it will call for more liberalization, more competition policies, more fair competition, better business climate, and these are exactly the recommendation that this report of this commission put together. Short-term policies, tightening the belt is necessary to avoid getting into the wall. However, do it as much as possible in a pro-growth way. When there are devaluations, ensure that they benefit to export promotion by improving the business climate. Initiate medium-term reforms, There are the old challenges, but the rebuilding the state, competition policies, but also many new opportunities that actually make growth much more possible than in the past. Relocalization, I know Mahbub will talk about it later, the whole digitalization revolution, climate adaptation, which is necessary, and regional cooperation that allow all countries to diversify away from oil. And the key point is really to build the political support to lead all this politically, because these are not technical matters. And of course, the external financing is very crucial for all this, and the issue of reducing those leakages. So in some, more than other regions, MENA has been hit by these 2019 shocks with very high deficits and debt, low growth, done. High social discontent, debt restructuring very difficult and not the solution, fiscal tightening necessary but not the answer by itself. Without growth, expect rising financial and fiscal stress. Now is the time to open the economy, and the three-way bridge pathway type proposal is actually very adapted to the region and probably the way to go. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ishaq. And I think we got three excellent presentations that are really laying the stage for us. We have about 20 minutes for discussion among the panelists and with the audience. And I'm going to kick off the discussion by basically asking three questions to the panelists, and they can pick and choose which ones they would like to focus on. And I think my first question, listening to all three of them, is about the way to design fiscal policy. And I think everyone is in agreement there is a need to rebuild fiscal space. Alan is telling us you cannot achieve redistribution objectives if somehow you're not addressing fiscal and macro instability. But the horizon of policymakers is short. They may want to gather electoral votes or support rather than address the potential for a fiscal crisis that may be still some ways away. Barry, in fact, emphasized the importance of solving that commitment problem. And what I took away from his presentation is, in fact, that we replaced l'état c'est moi of the full discretion with maybe a tragedy of the commons, where we have many stakeholders engaged in a war of attrition in terms of accessing fiscal resources, and that's where the polarization question comes in. And Ishaq pointed out that debt service is already very elevated in many countries and putting pressure on them and rising. So left to its own devices, it seems that the fiscal crisis at some point is a natural outcome, and it's also what focuses the mind. When it's on the event horizon, that's the time at which policies change course. And of course, that's very disruptive, it's very inefficient, it's very suboptimal. And so the question is how to do better. Now, Barry has talked about fiscal rules and fiscal council in the context of the experience of Jamaica, but I guess my question to all three of you would be how to design fiscal frameworks so that we can solve better these commitment problems. We don't have to wait until the market is pounding on the door and is telling countries that time is up. How should they be designed? How well have they worked? And of course, we understand that it works better if the country is not divided, but then how to do it in countries that may not have that level of low polarization. The second question is more about how you bring down debt to GDP. Here, just from the accounting, we know that you can do it from running large primary surpluses for a while. The dirty little secret, when we did some work at the IMF on bringing down debt to GDP ratio, is that in many historical episodes, the way it happens is through a surge in unanticipated inflation. That will have the property of eroding the real value of the debt. It has a number of side effects, which is why it's certainly not recommended policy from our side, one of which being that you create conditions where it's going to be hard later on to bring down inflation, and inflation in itself has its own costs. So that's certainly not the right way to do it, but historically it's been one of the ways it's been happening. And the third way, I'm going to leave growth aside and come to growth in my third question, would be through some form of debt reprofiling. Now, Ishaq said it's difficult, debt is sticky, it's costly. We all know this at the fund. We're certainly engaged with a lot of discussions for countries that need to reprofile their debt. But the question is, should that be improved? Should that be part of the toolkit? And should there be an earlier attempt at debt reprofiling rather than something that happens ex post and is much harder to do? And my third question is on the trade-off between fiscal and growth. And here I want to maybe clarify a bit the way I see that trade-off and ask whether it's not a false trade-off. You know, obviously, fiscal can stimulate the economy on the demand side, and there are times when it's absolutely needed, but it's not a recipe for sustained growth. So fiscal policy, the expansionary fiscal policies working through the demand side is not, should not be considered as a way to deliver sustained growth. Now, fiscal could work on the supply side. We could think of ways in which it's improving infrastructure, it's improving potential output. Then the question is, do we think that those long-term fiscal multipliers are larger than one? There may be areas where they are. You think about infrastructure or research and development, things like that. But here again, the evidence is not necessarily very encouraging. And one has to ask oneself, at what point are we slipping into things like industrial policy or other subsidies, which are going to be the focus of other sessions in this conference. So the view on that we have at the IMF is, if you have a debt problem, yes, growth can help, but fiscal policy will have to consolidate. It will be costly. The question is how to manage this. And how to manage this is not to turn to austerian policies, but to implement a gradual and credible medium-term fiscal stabilization. So what that means when we talk about growth, then, seems to me that it's not so much about fiscal policy per se, but it's about structural reforms. It's about the things that will improve resources and productivity and the use of resources in the medium term. There are many reasons why we have mediocre growth. Ishaq, you've pointed out to some of them. The concentration of economic power in the hands of a few in some countries that may lead to misallocation of resources. We've done a lot of work that documents how misallocation of resources has increased. And so I would also ask the panelists maybe if they sort of agree with this separation between structural reforms on the one hand, fiscal policy and what it can do on the other hand. So 3 questions, 3 panelists, pick and choose. Maybe we'll start with Alan.
Thank you. That's a very nice summary. I'll pick up on the first and the third point. I think it was implicit in what Barry was saying, but I want to make it a little bit more explicit that I think fiscal rules are, in a sense, represent a map that a committed government takes to make transparent what it's trying to do. And I don't think fiscal rules can be imposed in a political context where the politics doesn't work. And so I think it may have worked in Jamaica because the groundwork had already been laid to make it work. And I think in general, rules should not be seen as a solution when the political process is not ready to accept it. Now that said, I do think the independent fiscal councils, the institutions, help provide transparency, help, if you like, provide a little bit of backbone to governments that are committed but sometimes feel weakness to their commitment. And so I think they can be helpful, but I think ultimately you need the other things Barry talked about, the gathering political consensus and and having the political situation one where one can actually sustain these kinds of commitments. And so in some sense, I don't think the exact design of the rules is that important. Obviously, if the rules are imply something that's impractical and difficult for the governments, and we've seen this from the Stability and Growth Pact in Europe, when things that were too difficult to achieve simply were blown through by countries and nothing happened. So I think, you know, if one is going to structure rules, I think some care should be taken to that they're logical, sensible, but I still don't think they move the country forward very much beyond where its political consensus is. I think in terms of the role that fiscal policy can play in terms of debt reduction and growth, I think the point I was making in my presentation about different ways of raising revenue, or revenue mobilization, if you like, that was what was underlying the different ways of doing it. That is, one can have intervention in the economy that weakens prospects for growth, or alternatively, one can design a tax system, regulatory system, and other government involvement that is aimed at allowing the private sector to grow as quickly as possible. And I certainly agree that one shouldn't depend on demand-side stimulus, but except obviously in periods of economic weakness. But I don't think one should minimize the potential for, you know, logically, carefully designed tax systems and tax reforms, and regulatory reforms as well, to promote the necessary economic growth, which forms a component of a successful debt reduction in the debt to GDP ratio.
So I agree with what Alan said about fiscal rules. It must be something about the water in Evans Hall. The downside of fiscal rules is that they inevitably have an arbitrary element to them. When Europe picked its 3% deficit ratio out of a hat, one story is that was a convenient number for the then socialist Prime Minister François Mitterrand to give to his ministers when they all walked into his office and wanted more public spending. Another story about it is it happened to be the average deficit ratio in Europe in 1992 when they negotiated the Maastricht Treaty, but that doesn't make it a sensible number for anchoring policy. It's good to have an anchor, but when the arbitrariness of the anchor can be questioned, it becomes a problem. I recently had occasion to look at the fund's advice regarding fiscal rules and institutions, and the fund now, almost without exception, when it goes to a country and does an Article 4, talks about the importance of having a fiscal rule, and the advice has become more sophisticated over time. Fiscal rules with escape clauses are better than rigid rules, et cetera. In contrast, the fund rarely goes to low-income countries and advises the formation of a fiscal council. So that's a question for the audience. Is there an implicit assumption that low-income countries have the capacity to operate one independent economic institution? It's called the central bank, and there are not enough PhD economists to staff a second one? Or is this simply a lack of vision that could be corrected in this advice about having a team of independent fiscal experts who are not necessarily rule-bound but can provide the government with a credible medium-term forecast would be a good thing to have on the ground in the national capital, and not only when the Article 4 team gets off the airplane. On debt restructuring, unavoidably there is a tension. You want to make debt restructuring hard to prevent countries from resorting to it opportunistically. It has to have costs, but you don't want to make it so hard that the necessary restructurings are put off inevitably. I've thought for a long time that the way market structures have been moving have made it too hard with a increasingly large heterogeneous collection of creditors, many of whom are able and have incentives to hold out. So collective action clauses were one attempt to do something about that, but they address bonds primarily, and there are all kinds of other instruments and channels for lending to low and middle income countries. Now, Paris Club reforms would be good, maybe reforms to State of New York statute, which oversees to which the bond covenants are subject, would be useful if it were done in a sensible way.
Yeah, I'll also take a bit of each. I'll start with, I agree with Alan that really the main constraint is political in the Middle East. And you really need to make progress on, I would say, the political settlement. We're still in kind of the aftershocks of the Arab Spring, which is itself the aftershock of the adjustment of the 90s and moving away from state-led growth, and the kind of a governance system that is productive economically is still to be found, and we need more dynamism on the political side to deal with many issues. I guess what's happening in Lebanon is a good example of a search for a political system that works better at improving productivity. I mean, Minister Psat was here, says a lot. Amir Psat says often these days that Lebanon has no business being at $4,000 per capita, and this is true for all these countries we talked about. They have human capital, they have geographical position, history, assets that can easily get them way beyond that. And the question is how to get really organized to do that. A good example is perhaps subsidy on the fiscal side. I mean, the fact that subsidies consume, 20% of GDP in Tunisia doesn't make any sense. And the only explanation is really a political economy one. Remember the old Alberto Alessina, show me the money. People just don't trust the government to spend the money. They want to see the money directly. And so it's really about rebuilding trust in order to make big savings. Finally, on how to grow out of debt, I mean, these countries have a lot of domestic debt, and so inflation should usually be, could be a way to go about it. But these kind of mega devaluations don't work, because then to reestablish confidence, you have to offer such high rates. You rebuild domestic debt even more than what you took out. And I think, eroding debt slowly is difficult because you need to close the capital account, and given the amount of remittances coming, you don't really want to close the capital account. So not easy to grow out of that without growth, actually.
Thank you. So now let's turn to the audience. I don't know if we have mics going around or if people are going to, yes, we do have mics. So yes, sir, and then we have one question over there, and then let's take three, and then let our panelists answer.
Right. Thank you so much. Excellent panel. And my name is Mahmoud Muhiddin, and just reflect on many of the excellent points, but I'll try to bring them close to the policy implications in our region, and perhaps more of the examples from Egypt in particular. Perhaps, Pierre-Olivier, I'll start with what you started with, the reminder of Vitor Gaspar's emphasis on the trilemma. So in the case of Egypt, high public debt before and after the fund improved slightly, but still high public debt, increased spending pressures. It's very much there, but most of the spending pressure is because of the higher debt service that's taken more than 60% of the public spending. And then the issue of the limited taxation capacity, which is the third of the trilemma, has something to do with what Ishaq mentioned in different ways about the growth
the growth model as well, that it doesn't really generate the kind of incomes that you would really find helpful in enhancing the taxation, even if all of the tricks in the book and beyond could be played to improve the tax system, digitalize it, and provide incentives. So I think the emphasis here should be very much on the growth model, which is very much disconnected from the development aspiration. You read Vision 2030 of the country, you see the SDGs that you mentioned briefly, and they have nothing to do with the application of the growth model. That's very much state-led, crowding out the private sector. Even if the state enterprises make in a good day some profits, they will never really see the channel to get them into the budget. Then the complicated issue here is basically on the debt profile. I appreciate the emphasis by Barry on the debt to GDP ratio, but I think it's the cost of borrowing that could be more reflected in other indicators, including the debt service ratios. That is very much explain the case of Egypt versus Jordan, for instance, because of the cost of borrowing in the case of Egypt. And then just finally, on how to handle the whole thing. And it's good that Barry brought the case of Jamaica. Comparing the figures, Jamaica spending 32% of its GDP, public spending to GDP. In the case of Egypt, the ratios have been dancing between 25 to 27% of GDP. This is the public spending. But the crisis really is in the public revenue side. It's not on the public spending. And the other thing that could be related to that is the rest of the story when it comes to savings, which were mentioned by Alan at an aggregate level here. But I think some granularity when you see that the household sector is doing fine when it comes to saving, but it's the crisis is really in this saving coming from the public sector, and with losses left and right because of the low performance of the public sector. So when you check national savings, provide any kind of incentives, household sector is doing more or less fine. If you include as well some investments in real estate and other idle resources, but even in the financial services kind of saving, they are doing fine. And then the last one, which could be in our session on the structural reforms, it's on the exports and imports. We have imports to GDP are not really a big issue of concern. And here again, the public policy is suffering from a great deal of myopia, because the attempts are basically to control the imports to GDP, while the crisis in the export side. So here, it's crises in savings, crises in revenue, crisis in exports, but the focus on the policy is in the wrong side of the story. And here, the issue of the political economy is fantastic. Jamaica, I would say, yes, had good political leadership, good inclusive policies, but they had luck as well. Because when Barry mentioned the kind of measures, I have the great pleasure to work closely with Yusuf Boutros-Ghali, who's here. Under his leadership, all of what you mentioned on the macro discipline was there, but it was very much short-lived. From 2004 to 2008. Actually, the reforms were even beyond what was mentioned in the case of Jamaica. Then two shocks of fuel and food crisis, and then the global financial crisis, and then the Arab Spring. So you need here, in addition to the good discipline and the rules when it comes to fiscal rules, to do better in the social inclusion and politics, and pray for luck. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your perspective. Let's go over there.
Thank you, Pierre. Very insightful panel. And I think, as I listen to every intervention, there is an underlying alignment and consensus that we reached a fiscal system crisis, and there is a need for a fundamental revision of our fiscal tools. As a case in point, all solutions had trade-offs, distortions, and there is not a perfect solution. Which brings me to Dr. Mahmoud Muhyiddin insight. And Pierre, first question for a redesign. And where is the ESG dimension within this fiscal mapping. For example, addressing environmental dimension, the carbon pricing. Why isn't it factored into fiscal policies? Why isn't a revision of sovereign debt approach to include carbon debt? Now, at the corporate level, carbon pricing is there. But at the national accounting level, carbon debt is not factored in. For example, approaching sovereign debt, African sovereign debt, if carbon pricing is factored in, China will be indebted to Africa. So I think we need to fundamentally revise fiscal tools to include the E, the S, and the G. The G would resonate with the corruption, because if corruption is addressed, I think there will be no fiscal issues. For example, the S, if employment for entrepreneurs is factored into taxation, so the ESG opens a new realm for growth to avoid the trade-offs and this fundamental crisis. It can go on forever. I hope I made my point. Thank you.
Yes, you did. Thank you. Third question from Christine here, and then I'll give a chance to the panelists to reply, and then if we have time, we'll do a second round. Christine.
Thank you. I was hoping all the panelists could talk about how they viewed the optimal fiscal consolidation division between increasing revenues versus cutting expenditures. At least my reading of the research was that there has been some solid research, Alberto Alsina and others, including some work at the IMF, that has shown that the most successful fiscal consolidations, and at least the ones that are durable, that last, are done primarily through spending cuts, with some revenue increases, but the majority is done through spending cuts. But yet my take on the presentations was, Alan, in particular, you focused on raising revenues, not spending cuts. Wondering why. Barry, when you talked about Jamaica, I was wondering if you could go into more detail on how much is done through spending cuts, how much through revenue increases, including the other examples of successes you talked about. Also, very different focus of some governments nowadays is more on spending cuts rather than raising revenues. And I didn't know if some of the answer might come from the last panel, where you talked about the political expectations, which make it hard to cut spending. Has there been a change in what people expect of governance? So governments are just expected to do more, smooth incomes more during crises, and that means why we're focusing less on spending cuts, more on revenue increases. And then one final quick question was, is there an important role in the examples you've all looked at for some sort of outside entity to enforce fiscal consolidation? For example, I believe in Jamaica's case, the IMF, there was an IMF program. Does having some outside body that can be the bad cop to sort of take some of the political pressure off the government to enforce some of these very political, difficult decisions, is that helpful in situations like this?
Why don't we start in reverse order? So maybe Ishak, I'll give you a chance to answer all three very topical questions.
Just pick two. On fiscal consolidations, interestingly, that in the Middle East, actually, governments have been generally quite good at reducing deficit. These are not regions. This is not a region with very high inflation. This is not Latin America. They've been much weaker on structural issues, but somehow tightening the belt, repressing to do that as needed, seems to be easier than actually, opening up to the private sector and allowing the private sector to really grow and take off at least. That's one. Maybe another comment relating to Mahmoud, your points about saving. It's interesting to observe in the region how saving have decreased over time. Even though there's more risk, you would think saving might increase, but Keynes used to remind us also that it has to do with the animal spirit. You save in order to invest and to work hard when there are opportunities. And maybe because of a lack of opportunities, we see savings down. We see labor force participation down, not just among women, among men as well. And so it's a lack of mobilization. And I think that we see investment, private investment at historically low level. So really that political effort that are needed are to create a momentum for improvement in trust, in trust in the future, really, so people can get mobilized to work for their own good. Much of opinion polls show us that most young people want to leave, want to exit, actually, right now, as opposed to seeking opportunities at home.
Kristen was, of course, right to remind us that Jamaica had an IMF program. It had many IMF programs, and it was, only after 2014 that they began to experience success. So what was different? And my argument would be the partnership agreement and EPOC were what made the difference. Bringing me to the bad cop question. So again, my argument would be that domestic political ownership is key. Can the IMF be helpful from that point of view? Perhaps by pointing out to the social partners what is necessary. But having an outside entity to blame can also be a way of avoiding responsibility. So I'm not sure how much that really helps. So on the expansionary fiscal consolidation point, I was the discussant at the Brookings meeting where Alessina and Tavares, one of the first papers to that effect was presented. And the analogy I used was, if you're in a car speeding toward a brick wall, stepping on the fiscal brakes can inspire confidence on the part of the passengers relative to the status quo. But that's not the situation in which every country with fiscal problems finds itself. My intuition would be if the cause of your chronic deficits is overspending, then you should do it on the expenditure side. And if you're like the United States, where the problem is equally too little revenue, then you should do it on the revenue side.
Let me just pick up on that last point. First of all, I think there are different points of view about how credible the big differences in tax and spending consolidations on growth are, and whether it also has to do with the responses of monetary policy, for example. But I also think it depends on what the optimal spending is relative to what you're currently doing, and I don't think you can separate that and come up with any kind of general dictum for what countries should follow. I mean, in the U.S. right now, for example, there people have blame tax cuts that occurred at a certain time for the U.S. having too little revenue, and the question is what the right level of revenue is, and it can't be defined by a level at a certain date before a tax cut occurred or the date after the tax cut occurred. I think you have to actually look at policies and decide for the country what the best policy is, and saying that doesn't really give you much insight into what the answer is.
Okay, I think we've already eaten all the surplus time we had, so if the organizers allow it, we can do another round, but if not, we have to go to the coffee break. If it's about discipline, we have to stop it now. So please join me in thanking our panelists. I think we had a wonderful first session. Thank all three of them.
Thank you so much for showing an example on discipline. We have 15 minutes break and we convene at noon.
Revenue increases rather than spending cuts.
If you just look at the
Hello? May I please ask you to start regaining your seats? Please. It's very difficult to compete with food and coffee, I know. May I please ask you to start regaining your seats, so at least if you had your coffee, you can start returning? Please. Thank you. انت جديد صح؟ كله احنا شغلنا ما بيض يا دكتور. ها؟ هقول لك لما نعرف تبعت لي، بس هتخلص كلاس بدري بقى. انت خلي الواتساب قدامك. Thank you for taking your seats back. Thank you. Do you have water for everyone? Yeah. May I please ask you to regain your seat so we can start? Thank you. ايه؟ المفروض. يلا. فين الاشر؟ So we are about to start the second session. I'm very inspired by my colleagues from the first session about establishing discipline, enforceable discipline. So Sebastian, Abir, Niveen, can you please regain your seats? Those are the ones I know. Dr. Mona Saeed, please regain your seat. Dr. Sharif Kamil, Adil. I'm calling out names now to establish discipline. Something was touched upon in the first session about the inflation. So the second panel is on monetary policy, financial stability after the inflation scare. It is moderated by Giovanni Del Aritia, is the deputy director at the research department at the IMF, where he supervises the activity of the macro-financial and the systematic issues division. Previously, he worked in the Asia and Pacific department at the IMF. He's a CEPR research fellow. His research interests include monetary policy, banking, international finance, and digital currency. So I'm gonna leave the floor to you, Giovanni, to introduce your panelists. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello? Yeah. Thank you very much. I mean, I'm thrilled to be here. I always say that to impress a Roman kid with ruins, it takes a pyramid. So very glad to be in Cairo. It's my first time. Let me introduce a session very quickly. I think if you went back to, say, 2005, people would say monetary policy is boring. We were out of the Great Moderation, and the divine coincidence was the verb of monetary policy making. If you kept the output gap low, you would also keep inflation low and everything would be fine. I think that view was first challenged with the global financial crisis and the fact that even if we had monetary policy almost perfect, at least in advanced economies and many emerging markets, we still had major financial imbalances growing under this relatively tranquil macro surface. And then, with the GFC, we started experimenting with many different new tools of monetary policy. Then COVID came, and suddenly inflation came back globally in a way that we had not seen since the late 70s. And now there are new questions, in particular questions about the mandate of central banks on how to balance financial stability needs and price stability needs when they are coincidental, when is that they conflict with each other, what are the potential trade-offs and how we navigate them. So I'll stop here. Let me quickly introduce the panelists. First is going to be Christine Forbes. She's a professor of management and global economics at MIT Sloan. Then Anil Kashyap is a professor of finance and economics at Chicago Graduate School of Business. And last but not least is Ahmed Kamali, is professor of economics and chair of the econ department here. Oh, you were? Okay, fine. I'm updating my knowledge. So each one will speak for about 20 minutes, and hopefully we will have time for questions, although it will be between us and lunch, so maybe the audience will not have that much patience for questions. So Christine, thank you.
Thank you very much. It is a pleasure to be back in Cairo, and congratulations to the conference organizers for a great title for the session, The Inflation Scare. I've been at a number of events over the past year on the uptick in inflation, and all the names have been much more mundane. The post-pandemic inflation, high inflation. Inflation scare, I think, does a much better job capturing the uncertainty as inflation peaked and went to levels higher and higher than anyone had forecast, in the fear amongst many of how hard it would be to bring inflation back down and the pain it might involve. So my goal today is to draw some lessons from the inflation scare. But let me begin by just putting this in context. This shows the average inflation in advanced economies from the IMF's latest forecast, shows the spike in inflation. Inflation peaked at about 7.7% on average in advanced economies, much higher than anything that had happened since the early 1980s in advanced economies. And there were many predictions that to bring inflation back down would be very painful, involve sharp slowdowns in growth, recessions, and increases in unemployment. Just to put that in the broader context, though, while it was a concern in advanced economies, in some ways it was even scarier in emerging markets. So I'm going to show you the same graph. Red line is average inflation in advanced economies, but now put on a graph. It had to be rescaled to include the world and emerging markets in blue. So for emerging markets and in emerging markets, they had not benefited from decades of inflation around 2% or even a little below beforehand. Emerging markets had just more recently been able to bring inflation down on average. So in many cases, it's even more alarming there as they did not have decades of well-anchored inflation, central bank credibility that would make it easier to bring inflation back down. So while there were different histories for advanced economies and emerging markets in terms of inflation, there was one commonality, which was that a lot of the spike in inflation over the last few years was a shared global phenomenon. This graph shows the first principal component of headline and core inflation in all economies, advanced economies, and then emerging markets. And you see this big increase in the share of inflation which was shared globally after the pandemic. Before the pandemic, there was always some shared global component of inflation, but around 2020 to 2023, about 70 to 80% of inflation seemed to be shared globally. So many of the drivers were not from domestic imbalances or fiscal policy or domestic decisions. It was a large global shock which drove up inflation around the world. So it might be tempting to look at this and say, well, there's not much to learn. This was a one-off. There was a unique experience around the shutdown and reopening of the global economy around the pandemic, and then a war in Europe that affected major commodity exporters, that caused commodity prices to spike. You know, hopefully that will not repeat itself, so there's not much to be learned. But I don't think that's the right approach. I think there's actually some very important lessons to be learned from this inflation scare, particularly because the role of global shocks and supply shocks in driving inflation has been going up steadily over time. Yes, it increased more during the pandemic, but this is part of a slower moving trend. So this uses a more sophisticated model to break down the drivers of inflation into a global component in dark blue and a domestic component in gray. And you see this trend over time. Global forces have just been playing a bigger and bigger role in driving inflation around the world. From 2020 on, over half of inflation has been driven by global shocks. So yes, some aspects of the pandemic are unique, hopefully never repeated. You do need to be careful drawing lessons from this experience, but yet there are some lessons that are going to be applicable going forward, especially as looking forward, we are in a world that looks like it will be increasingly affected by global shocks and supply shocks. Okay, so with that background, what I'd like to do and focus on for my comments is what are lessons we can take from this experience for monetary policy going forward. And I'm going to cover 4 topics. First, what was the strategy, followed by central banks around the world as inflation started to pick up much faster than expected. Second, was the strategy they followed successful? Third, we'll dig a little more into the trade-offs central banks faced around stabilizing inflation without causing sharp recessions. And then finally, what are the conclusions? What lessons can we draw when inflation picks up next time? So let's start with the strategy followed by central banks. And here I'm going to focus more on advanced economies. So the strategy, to sum it up, followed by advanced economies, was start dealing with inflation late and then sprint to try to make up for the fact that they started late. So more specifically, inflation started to pick up around the world. This shows where inflation was, core in blue, headline inflation in red, in a number of countries around the world when they started to raise interest rates to fight inflation. So the date of liftoff, the first rate hike after the pandemic. What you see is the central banks around the world started to raise interest rates usually after inflation had hit 2% or hit targets, and when inflation was already above their target levels. This is not the central banking we learned in the textbooks. Traditional central banking says that you should start raising interest rates before inflation gets too high because of the long and variable lags from when you raise interest rates until they affect the economy and start to bring inflation down. So central banks were slow to raise rates based on inflation developments. But some central banks might argue back, well, we thought it was transitory. We thought inflation was just going to come up and come back down, so you really shouldn't judge if we were late based just on trends in inflation. So in a recent research project with 2 co-authors at the World Bank, we do a more sophisticated evaluation of when central banks traditionally start raising interest rates based not just on developments in inflation, but also developments in the broader macroeconomy. Look at output gaps, look at unemployment rates, look at growth rates, as well as inflation rates. And when we use that, looking at these broader measures of macro developments to assess what's the traditional timing of your first rate hike during a tightening cycle for central banks. A lower number means you start early, higher number means you start late. The gray shows the average timing when they hike rates from 1970 up until 2020. And then the red shows the timing during the inflation scare. And what you see is these red bars are much higher, much larger than sort of the historic norms. And this again captures that central banks were very slow to start raising interest rates as inflation picked up after the pandemic. So central banks were late to start. But then, to their credit, as they realized they were behind the curve, inflation was picking up much faster to higher levels and staying higher longer than they expected, advanced economy central banks then tried to make up for that by raising rates aggressively. So this graph shows the average path of rate hikes in advanced economies during different tightening cycles over time. The red shows the path of rate hikes during the post-pandemic tightening cycle. You see rate hikes during this time period. The rates started actually lower than any historical period, but then they went up much faster and hit levels more typical of the early 1990s and early 2000s. So really aggressive path of rate hikes. You also get that by looking at a lot of different measures, the velocity of rate hikes, how quickly you hiked rates in the first 6 months, the overall magnitude of rate hikes, the average pace. And then after hiking really aggressively, central banks held rates at elevated levels for much longer than they traditionally do. Usually during hiking cycles, central banks will raise rates, hold them at elevated levels just for a fairly short period of time, and then start to reduce them. This time around, they kept rates elevated for longer. So bottom line, central banks started hiking rates late, and then tried to make up for that by hiking aggressively. And then on top of that, the one other aspect of the strategy during this tightening cycle after the pandemic was they also combined this with unwinding balance sheets. And this was something new. So the traditional playbook for central banks in advanced economies has been, if you're doing asset purchases, you end the asset purchases or quantitative easing, then you lift off, then you start raising rates, and then after you've raised rates enough, the recovery is sustained, then you start to unwind the balance sheet, and you can do that through letting assets you purchased roll off and expire, and then even go to active sales of the assets you purchased. So that's the traditional sort of steps you will take. The only country that had gone through all those steps during the last tightening cycle after the 2008 global financial crisis was the US. And it took the US 3 years from when they stopped doing QE until they started to let their balance sheet shrink. So 3 years to get through this aspect of tightening. This time around, after the pandemic, as central banks started to raise rates aggressively, they realized they had a lot of tightening to do. So even though they weren't sure what the effects would be of unwinding the balance sheets, they started to move forward very quickly. And this shows the timing of just how accelerated and truncated this phase of part of the tightening cycle was. A number of central banks basically stopped buying assets, stopped doing QE, and then the next meeting, they started to raise interest rates and started to shrink the balance sheet right away afterwards. So very accelerated tightening. This additional aspect of tightening, letting their balance sheets shrink in advanced economies, did lead to higher yields. This is an estimate from a research project completed last year where we tried to estimate the effects of QT, shrinking balance sheets, on bonds of different maturities. So each color here is a bond of a different maturity in different countries. And you see that unwinding balance sheets probably did increase yields. But now let's see, how important was that relative to the interest rate hikes they were doing very aggressively? So I'm going to now draw these effects of shrinking balance sheets on different bond yields compared to what was happening in terms of interest rate increases. And this is what was happening with the interest rates, the path of the aggressive tightening of interest rates. This is the roughly equivalent impact of QT and shrinking balance sheets. So yes, it tightened, but the effect was tiny. The real force behind tightening and tackling high inflation wasn't balance sheet unwind, it was the sharp increases in interest rates. So that was the strategy in summary. Central banks in advanced economies in particular started raising rates late, then did it aggressively, combined with balance sheet unwind, but the main action was through the increases in interest rates. So was that strategy successful? Is that a strategy that should be replicated? So let me begin with some of the standard metrics you would assess the success based on. First, what happened to inflation? So here's back to what has traditionally happened to inflation during different tightening phases. Each line is a different 15-year long window. The red is what happened this time around. It shows how much inflation was allowed to increase before central banks started tightening. T equals 0 is the first rate hike. So inflation did get very high, but then as central banks started to tighten policy, inflation did come down pretty quickly and stabilized roughly around where it ends or stabilizes after other tightening phases. So by this measure, was inflation brought down in advanced economies roughly where it started? Yes, roughly, quite successful in that measure. Still has a little bit of distance to go in some countries, but a remarkable reduction in inflation. And what was really remarkable, though, was inflation was brought down from these very high levels fairly quickly with very low cost in terms of output losses and increases in unemployment. So one traditional measure of this is the sacrifice ratio. Sacrifice ratio is the accumulated output losses relative to the reduction in inflation. This shows the average sacrifice ratio during historical tightening phases, and you just see how low this ratio was during the post-pandemic inflation scare. So this looks like a relatively costless disinflation. So let's dig into that a little bit more, because that's really a key metric to evaluate the success. And let's focus on the US just to really get into the specifics. This shows the sacrifice ratio for the US during each of its historical tightening phases since 1970, and again shows how low the sacrifice was to bring inflation down when measured in terms of output losses. I didn't forget to draw the sacrifice ratios there. They are there. They're just so small you barely see them on the graph. So it looks like a relatively pain-free or sacrifice-free inflation reduction. But this is, of course, a ratio. Sacrifice ratio is the ratio of output losses to inflation reduction. So where did all the action happen? Let's break it down into the two components. The left is the numerator, the right is the denominator. You see tiny output losses in the US, almost very brief periods of small output gaps relative to very large inflation reductions on the right. In fact, based on historical comparisons, these were the smallest output losses that have ever occurred since 1970 during a tightening phase, and the largest disinflation that has ever occurred. So what happens in a ratio? If you put a tiny number on the top and a huge number on the bottom, no wonder you get a tiny sacrifice ratio. But it was really a combination of both parts of the ratio, small output losses and large inflation reduction. And here's this graph for a larger set of countries to again look at how the sacrifice during this disinflation compared to historical periods. So what this shows is each dot is a tightening phase in a broad set of economies from 1970 to the present. They're color-coded, so red is the post-pandemic period, and then say black is what happened in the 1970s, another period of high inflation. The horizontal axis shows the reduction in inflation. Vertical axis is output gaps. So basically, the steepness of the line captures how much you've had to sacrifice in terms of output losses per unit of inflation reduction over time. So historically, there's been pretty steep lines. It means a lot of output loss to bring inflation down. During this post-pandemic period, the line's basically flat. There was almost no cost. Countries brought inflation down with almost no output losses. So it shows just what a remarkable period this was. So it's tempted to say this was a very successful disinflation. But yet, if you go and talk to voters in these countries, most would disagree and say this was not sacrifice-free. So what's missing? There was a large increase in the price level. So although inflation came down, prices have stayed much higher. This captures just how unusual the increase in the price level was. This shows the increase in the price level around tightening phases. T equals 0 is the first rate hike. The red line shows how much prices went up in the US during this phase. Prices went up about 17% in the US over this tightening phase. That is much higher than has historically happened, which are some of the other lines. Yellow is how much prices would go up if inflation was at the 2% target over this period. So people had gotten used to inflation around 2% or even less in many advanced economies. Even during tightening phases, prices usually don't go up this much. This was a big adjustment for people used to smaller increases in the price level. The only times we've seen prices go up comparably were in the early 1970s tightening phases, and that was a very painful period that then took both Volcker and sharp recessions to bring inflation down. So this was the cost. Even though inflation came down, there was a sharp increase in prices that has persisted. And really to summarize what happened this time around, what was quite different was often when you get types of supply shocks or shocks where central banks have to make a choice between balancing output losses and prices going up. This time around, they basically chose a strategy that let prices go up a lot, but had basically no output losses. And that's captured in this ratio, which we call it the price-output trade-off ratio. Basically, how much do you let prices go up accumulated over the whole period relative to your accumulated output losses. And often central banks sort of balance the two, but this time around, central banks chose to let prices run up a lot with basically no output losses. So that was the choice made. So did this trade-off make sense? The trade-off that central banks made, let prices go up a lot, then you do bring inflation back down, minimal output losses. So we have a big research project that tries to evaluate these trade-offs, and I'm just going to summarize the trade-offs of the strategy, of how the strategy chosen this time around balanced some important considerations. So by starting to raise rates late after inflation started to pick up, that did provide very important benefits. Central banks had more time to assess the outlook, make sure the recovery was sustainable, assess the outlook after the pandemic, how is it going to last, and it avoided central banks having to break past policy commitments. A number of central banks had forward guidance about the path of rates, had asset purchase programs in place that were hard to unwind quickly, so by waiting to start to tighten monetary policy, that let them slowly exit from these and not break their commitments. But by delaying the start to tightening, that meant that inflation went up more, the price level went up quite a bit more, and then they had to hike rates aggressively to bring inflation down. So another key component in their strategy was then hike rates aggressively after the late start. That had the benefit of bringing inflation down more quickly. That was very important to show central bank commitment to fight inflation, but it did have some potential losses. It does raise output losses, and it does increase the risk that something breaks, something we'll hear more about from Anil. When you raise rates quickly, it's going to catch people by surprise. You're more likely to have financial turmoil and financial instability. And then a final part of the strategy, though, in advanced economies was they did have strong, credible central banks, well-anchored inflation expectations after decades of inflation around 2%. So that did contribute meaningfully to lower sacrifice ratios, smaller output losses, and reduced how much prices would have gone up without much cost. So I'm going to skip ahead. We do some more formal analysis of this. So overall, it looks like the strategy worked pretty well, although it did have some costs in terms of high price level. But this also introduced some risks, some cautions if central banks want to follow the strategy in the future. One risk and one potential cost is that by allowing inflation to get so high and the price level to increase so much, this has changed the wage price setting process in some advanced economies. We now have some nice empirical work showing there's nonlinear effects. If you let inflation spike quickly, even if it comes down, firms are more attentive. Firms adjust prices now more often than they used to. Also, consumers pay more attention to inflation. In the US now there's running commentary on egg prices and things we used to not pay much attention to. And since there's more attention to inflation and price changes, this does make the whole system more sensitive if inflation picks up again. We're seeing in the US in particular an increase in a number of measures of inflation expectations. This is a University of Michigan measure of long-term inflation expectations have gone up. That means if we get another inflation spike, it's harder to say inflation expectations are as well anchored as they were before. Households also are quite unhappy. Most polls of consumer satisfaction show households believe inflation has hurt their purchasing power. This has made them very unhappy. They think this is not fair, and we're seeing that expressed in the political polls. There's been a number of elections that have been affected by concerns about how everything costs more. So even if inflation comes back down, people are still unhappy because the price level is higher. And you can see that also in what's happened to real wages. Almost done. This is a measure, so some people said, well, wages have gone up too. So if wages have gone up, does it matter that prices have gone up? So this shows in the US, the red line is what's happened to real wages. This is an average. Of course, there's distributional issues. But just focusing on averages, the red shows what's happened to real wages during this period. T = 0 is the first rate hike. Real wages were hit, fell quite a bit, And now they have actually come back. So they're now at least higher than they were before central banks started raising interest rates. But they have not kept up with what has happened during some recent tightening phases. But the US is one of the only countries where real wages have now at least caught up to where they were 4 or 5 years ago on average. This shows what's typical of more other advanced economies. The red shows that real wages were hit as inflation went up, and even if nominal wages have gone up, real wages are still quite a bit lower in most countries than they were. So this is why people are generally not happy. Even though central banks might say, we did what we're supposed to, we brought inflation back down to target, minimal output losses, this was successful, people look at the real wages and the real incomes, and they are not back to where they were before. And this explains a lot of the frustration. So to conclude, what are the lessons? If we are hit by another spike in inflation or scare in inflation, should central banks follow the same strategy? So here's my take. The post-pandemic disinflation was successful by many metrics. Inflation has come down in advanced economies. There were small output losses, unemployment gains, so successful by those measures. But there were very important costs, big increase in the price level, meaningful decline in real wages. This is affecting politics, consumer sentiment, and there's been more permanent changes in the wage and price setting process and anchoring of inflation expectations. So if inflation goes up again, say tariffs in the US, I don't think central banks will have the luxury of waiting to be slow to respond. The system has changed because of this inflation scare. So the response to the next inflation shock should be different. I think central banks should be paying more attention to the duration of deviations of inflation. Just because you get it back to where you want eventually isn't good enough. You need to look at the magnitude and extent of the inflation miss. Central banks should not wait to be so slow. They should act preemptively, back to the textbook responses. That will also avoid having to sprint and tighten aggressively, which increases the risks of financial instability. And then you will present less risk to the anchoring of inflation expectations, which was key. And I think these lessons are also quite important as we head towards a world where we could see more frequent global shocks and supply shocks, and inflation expectations could be less well anchored going forward. Thank you. Oh, sorry, one last slide just to make you think. Can't resist this one. This shows what happened in the 1970s to inflation in the US. Thought we were done, and not so much, and this is where we are today. So hopefully we will not have history repeat itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Anil, you're next.
All right, thanks. This is going to maybe seem like a Monty Python now for something completely different, because this is going to be kind of narrow, but I think it actually hooks up well with some of the points Kristen made, and also to the first session where we talked about whether or not the impending fiscal doom for the United States is going to unanchor the financial system. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about that. And before I get in, I want to thank the hosts and all of you. I've had a great first visit to Egypt and look forward to the rest of the conference. Okay, so this is based on a paper with my co-authors there that was all about the Treasury market vulnerabilities, and we were lucky enough to deliver this 2 weeks before the tariff tantrum that was kind of proof of concept for some of these issues. So let me tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to start out by just giving you a little bit of background on why the Treasury market has become more fragile. Most people think of the Treasury market as the deepest, most liquid, safest asset in the world, and yet we've seen several periods where that hasn't been true. In the paper, we have a model that works all this out. I'm just going to give you the narrative here. I'll provide a little bit of supporting evidence, and then I'll end with a proposal for what we might do next time rather than solving it the way we did in March of 2020. Okay, so here's the thing that motivated us. Now, this picture shows you the events prior to COVID, and you can see that the stock market started tanking before it was clear exactly what was going on with COVID. And during that initial phase, you can see the red line there, which was interest rates were falling. That's the flight to safety that we all expect. In between those two dates, March 9th to March 15th, which is before the Fed stepped in, you see this funny thing where the stock market keeps falling, but interest rates started rising, okay? And eventually I'm going to show you the way that that was resolved, but that was a period that was pretty unusual. You see the same thing here, where you can see the VIX, the volatility index, the fear gauge that people talk about, was also spiking, and you could see that same period where interest rates were rising. Now this ended with the Fed stepping in, but when they did, one thing that got a lot of attention at the time, if you go back and read what the BIS wrote, the OECD, the IMF, everybody's pointing to one funny part of this episode. And that has to do with what hedge funds do in the treasury market. And what I'm going to argue is that the equilibrium in the treasury market now depends critically on the role of levered investors buying a lot of the treasuries. Maybe they're even the marginal buyers. The way they do it is through this particular trade, which is to buy a US Treasury security, borrowing to do it, so maybe levering the purchase, say 50 to 1, and then they sell short a futures contract, okay? That's a hedge, so there's not a lot of risk as long as you can hold it, because when the futures contract expires, you extinguish the futures obligation with the Treasury security that you've bought. Okay, and that's a trade that happens right now. There's about $1 trillion in this trade, okay? And that's what led us to think about this. Now, the way that that stress resolved in March was to come in with big purchases. So you can see here just how dysfunctional the Treasury market was before the Fed intervened. That's the bid-ask spread up there, and you can see that it was basically unprecedented. It stopped because the Fed started buying in amounts that would have stunned anybody if I told you about it 3 weeks earlier. So they announced the program on the 15th of March. You could see that by 4 days later, the 19th, they're buying $70 billion. And at that time, the Fed said, we'll buy up to 500. That 500 was exhausted within 6 days. Okay, they spent it all. So they end up going on a buying spree that swamped everything that had been done in the QE period. So remember QE infinity, which is the last one there, what people said, well, we're going to do unlimited QE. That was dwarfed by what happened in the 3 or 4 months right after COVID. There was 1 week where the Fed bought $360 billion worth of treasuries. So the treasury market didn't break, but it ended, the stress ended with huge accumulation of what was happening on the Fed's balance sheet. And the reason I think this is worth talking about is it's deeply connected to this separation between fiscal and monetary policy. So I've cherry-picked what the FOMC was saying as they were launching these massive purchases. So on the first day, March 15th, at this unscheduled meeting, you can see there the bit in bold where it says the reason we're doing this is to support smooth functioning of markets for Treasury securities that are central to the flow of credit for households and businesses. Okay, that was the starting point. So this is a market stability, financial stability operation. By just a week later, now this is when they just say we're just going to buy as much as it takes, you could see that some staff member, undoubtedly, slipped in this line that says this is to support the smooth functioning of the markets, but also the effective transmission of monetary policy. By the next scheduled meeting in April, they say now it's connected. It's the smooth market functioning, thereby fostering effective monetary policy transmission. And finally, by September of 2020, there's no stress left. They can't pretend there's stress, but they just say we want to keep financial conditions accommodative. Now, from September of 2020 all the way till March of 2022, they keep buying the exact same amounts. So from April all the way till March, where they ended, this thing that started out as a financial stability operation has morphed into monetary policy, and presumably part of that was they didn't want to send a signal to the market that somehow we were tightening monetary policy, but magically the number that they were buying every month stayed the same. Okay, and I think that paints the danger of conflating what these two things are all about, and the idea in this paper that I'm going to talk about now is how could we avoid doing that again? And what happens if, after a week after Liberation Day, if Trump had not reversed the tariff thing, would they have been prepared to step in and stay buy in these amounts? And what does that mean? Okay, so now I'm going to drag you through what this Treasury basis trade is. Okay, so remember, the idea is you buy a Treasury security and go short of futures. And if there were perfect markets, that's an pure arbitrage opportunity, so it should yield you nothing, okay? You could see that in equilibrium, it's not exactly zero. It's more like 10 or 15 basis points, okay? And so what I want to give you is a story of why that 10 or 15 basis points exists, and then what happens like we saw in March of 2020, where that thing shoots up to 75 basis points and only reverses when the Fed comes in. And that's what the paper's about. And the story is that this actually exists because of a deep imbalance in the financial system. So at least in the United States, there's 3 sets of actors that all have these very long-lived liabilities. There's insurance companies, there's pension funds, and then there's bond funds who have as a reference rate or as a benchmark a long-dated benchmark. So all 3 of those entities have these obligations that are long-dated. The way they would love to solve that is to go out and buy 30-year corporate credit. Okay, if you could buy corporate debt that was relatively safe, that had a 30-year maturity, then you could match your liabilities with an asset that was balanced, okay? But in nature, there isn't much 30-year corporate debt. Our back-of-the-envelope calculation is that there's about $30 trillion in the bond funds, the pension funds, and the insurance companies, and there's about $3 trillion of long corporate credit. So there's no way to achieve that. So what do? They say, well, we've got to meet our mandate. I'm going to go buy the corporate credit I can because that gets me some spread. So let's say I buy 5-year corporate debt, that's fine. But now I'm not going to track my benchmark if I'm a bond fund, and I'm not going to have the right duration if I'm an insurance company or a pension fund. So what do I use? I use derivatives to match that up. So if I'm a bond fund, I buy a futures contract for 30 years, or 10 years, let's say. And now I've got the duration that's coming off of the derivative, and I've got the credit spread that I need off of the corporate credit. Okay, that's fine, but now I have a massive mismatch in the derivatives market because I have all these people on one side of the market, and that's enough to make that arbitrage, it should be 0, be 10 basis points. Okay, so that distorts things. 10 basis points, no big deal. No hedge fund would reorganize themselves to chase 10 basis points. But if I can take 10 basis points and lever it 50 to 1, then I'll chase it. And so that's what's happening. The hedge funds are basically on the other side of the futures contract, but they don't want a naked interest rate bet, so they buy the treasuries. And that's how the treasury market clears these days. And I'll show you some data to support it, but let me first tell you what this means for the way that the most deep liquid market in the world is now functioning. The way to think about it is normally this just runs in the background. The hedge funds are taking the other side, skimming up their 15 basis points, levering it up. You don't care. The asset managers are helpful, happy, and this can just exist. But there's a bunch of threats that can unravel this thing. Okay, the first thing is just as the market grows, it becomes more of a problem. So think of my bond fund that's got to meet its benchmark. As the Treasury is going to run these deficits that Alan was talking about, where we're going to add an extra $3 trillion of debt, that's going to get issued, it's going to be long dated, that's going to mean that the benchmark mechanically has its duration increase. That means that the bond funds are going to have to buy more derivatives. That's going to put more stress on the hedge fund's leg of this. The second thing is, this now connects the financial system in ways that you might not have think. Shocks that can cause trouble for the hedge funds now say they don't want to be on the other side of this. So if the hedge funds won't take the other side, then somebody else has to step in, and they probably need a bigger return because they're not going to lever it. And that means you get one of these price discontinuities. And that's the story of the paper. There's all kinds of shocks that can cause these trouble. It could be that the hedge funds just risk management says we don't want to do as much of this. It could be that the hedge funds lost bet on oil or some other position and they need to pull back. It could be that the people that are lending to the hedge funds get nervous. There's just a whole bunch of shocks now that can cause this thing to unwind, and when it does, this market seizes up. So let me give you a few facts just to convince you that this is actually a real thing. I'll start by just showing you that if you look, here's the hedge funds where you can see this. Now, one of the problems is measurement here isn't great. It's not like there's somebody supervising the hedge funds every day that can see their positions daily. But you can piece together from their filings with the SEC how much futures position they have and how much they're borrowing. And look at those things. They're mirror images of each other. And you can go count up the numbers quantitatively, and you'd see that basically when they're in the futures position, they're always borrowing to buy the physical treasury to hedge it. You can also see that if you look at the asset managers, that's my combination of pension funds, insurance companies, and bond funds, they're on the exact opposite side of the futures from the hedge funds, okay? Third thing is when this blows up, all hell breaks out. So you could see that not only was the futures basis broken, and I showed you the bid-ask spreads, but there's all these other convergence trades that break down. The y-axis here is in standard deviations. So that period around that week before the Fed stepped in was 9 standard deviations. Now, if you're a hedge fund, you're not going to risk manage around 9 standard deviation events. So you're just going to step back and watch interest rates blow up. All right, so our summary of all this is don't blame the hedge funds. They're solving a problem that the asset managers are creating. The asset managers are doing this financial engineering to meet their mandate. Somebody's got to be on the other side. The hedge funds are willing to do it if you let them lever. If you didn't let them lever, somebody else would have to come in. You'd still have this funny thing. And there's all kinds of reasons why the hedge funds might step back from this. Okay, so with my remaining time, I want to talk about what we might do next. I claim it's 6 minutes. I have a timer up here because I don't trust the IMF to be credible about this. Okay. Yeah, okay. So what do you want to do? So you could just do what they did in March, which is buy everything in sight. That comes with 3 problems. First of all, if you know that there's a Fed put where you're a hedge fund and they're just going to step in to buy, it encourages you to do it more. Secondly, when you do buy, what's the theory of quantitative easing? It's changing term premia. You can't say I'm buying everything in sight and say, oh, but this is totally different than monetary policy, because when you're buying, you're clearly affecting the term premium. Imagine on April 10th, no pause in the tariffs, and the Fed has to step in and say on April 10th, there's a market functioning problem, we're going to buy everything in sight, but don't worry, it's not monetary policy, and you shouldn't infer that monetary policy is going to be looser. That's an ugly place to be because you can't tell the two apart. And then the third thing is, when do you get out? Like Christians, dots on top of each other. How long do you hold this position? So all those things are, not pleasant. So what's our proposal? Is instead of stepping in buying, take over the hedge fund's position, okay? The hedge funds always have twinned together a futures contract or a derivative contract with a physical treasury. That's what they want to get rid of. The Fed could just as well buy that pair as opposed to buying just the treasury leg. Why is that helpful? Well, multiple reasons. Number one, it's what the hedge funds want to get rid of. Number two, you don't have to give a speech about how this isn't monetary policy because now you're buying the two together. That's not what you're doing with monetary policy. You're certainly not wanting to, you're not going to have to explain that this does anything to term premium. Number three, it self-liquidates. When the derivatives contract gets to the end, you just sell the treasury and that's it. So you don't have to say, we're going to do this for 3 weeks, 3 months, whatever. Number four, you could do it as an auction. So you could build in a little bit of budget here. You could say, that thing's normally 15 basis points. we will accept bids to hand over your position and let the hedge fund out of it, but we're only going to buy at 70 basis points. So you eat the first 55 basis points of pain. That's enough to impose losses on the hedge funds. It's also enough to make them think about whether they want to do some risk management. Just because you get out doesn't mean you get out without wiping out your trading profits for 3 years. So that's kind of good. And it means that presumably the Fed isn't then carrying around a bunch of interest rate risk on its book. Fed doesn't talk about this much, but how many of you know how much the mark-to-market losses are for the Fed right now on the amount that it bought? It's $800 billion. Okay, that's the amount of the fiscal cost of having bought those things. Now, they're going to carry it to maturity. If interest rates come back down, it could all be okay. But if they were doing normal accounting, this buying everything in sight this time, because interest rates did go up, has cost the taxpayer a boatload of money. This thing is guaranteed not to lose you any money. All right. I'm not going to get into the question of whether the Fed can do this, if this is legal. My contention is that Jay Powell says, I want to do this. He'll find a lawyer that will write him a permission slip. But I acknowledge there's a little bit of grayness there. So let me close with just showing you it was getting there in April, a few weeks ago, that maybe this was going to be a problem. So here's the tariff tantrum, if you want to call it that. So you can see that the swap spread, so there's two ways you can do this. I was using the futures example, but the insurance companies and pension funds use swap rates. The swap rates got really crushed. So that this spread in swap space was growing, and it reversed very quickly the day after the pause in tariffs came. Part of the amplifier here is when the derivatives market gets dislocated like that, the exchanges start asking for margin to protect the exchanges. That's the cash that can force the hedge funds to have to make things whole. And where do they find the cash? Well, they might step out of the trade, sell something to raise the cash. You can also see that if you look at the kind of the market integrity, these are the kinds of things that market people talk about, had also degraded quite a bit. So anyway, that's the story. We think that it's probably a matter of time before we have another one of these events. And we got lucky that this paper, came out 2 weeks before all this blew up. I think it might have easily been forgotten. But I think the Fed people realized that had they, on April 10th, had to announce, what are we going to do about this? It keeps getting worse. This idea of maybe buying the bundle may not seem so crazy. So if you want to find the full paper, you can go to my website. We also, there's a op-ed version that we put in the Economist, so you can find it there. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Anil. Ahmed?
Let me start by good afternoon to all of you. I'm quite honored to be part of this historical event, the collaboration between the IMF and ASA. It's a great pleasure to be a part of this very distinguished panel and very important event. Now, sitting in this chair, meaning that you belongs to the MENA region. So, so as Diwan said before me, so sitting here meaning that I'm going to talk from the perspective of the MENA countries. So, departing from the high frequency data and level of very sophisticated policy tools, let me try to shed some light on the conduct of monetary policy in the MENA region in the last 3 decades. As any good economist, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to try to motivate the topic with some stylized facts. Then I'm going to talk about some analyzing these stylized facts. Then at the end, I'm going to end by some conclusion and policy implications. All right, so, graphs are very important, so let me start with a couple of graphs. Now, let's talk about the exchange rate arrangement. But by the way, the sample that I'm using is 13 countries, MENA countries. Of course, I wanted to have more countries, however, because of the data gaps, so I'm limited to only 13. And the period is from 2000 until 2024. So, as you can see, this is the exchange rate. Of course, the exchange rate arrangement in MENA countries, most of Gulf exporting countries, they adopt the conventional peg. Most of all of the oil importing countries, maybe except Algeria, they adopt some kind of exchange rate that is not pegged. So it ranges between flexible to de facto peg. Now, as you can see, of course, we cannot present the pegged countries because it's going to be constant, but these are the changes in, I don't know whether this is, yeah. These are the changes, it cannot be sure. These are the changes, and I'm trying to specify also the episodes of shocks. So we have the global financial crisis, we have COVID-19, we have the post-COVID recovery, and as you can see, of course, there is some kind of response of exchange rate to these different shocks. All right. If you look at the international reserves in these 13 countries, we're going to see that, as expected, oil countries, they show some high variability of reserves, and this is something that is featured of pegged exchange rate systems, and they have accumulated a significant amount of reserves. I'm talking about Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates. And there are some countries which actually, if you can see the variability of the variance of the reserves, you're going to see that for oil importing countries, the variability is not that high. However, for the oil exporting countries which adopt PEG, which is expected, the variability of the exchange rate of the reserve is quite high because any kind of shock or any changes is going to be absorbed by changes in reserves. So we have some countries which has very high accumulated, very high reserves. Some countries they have low level of reserves. And the variability, of course, as I said, it's mainly very high variability in terms of oil exporting countries. And of course, as you can see also, if you look at the episodes of shocks, you're going to see that again, the reserves they reflect these shocks that is happening throughout the periods. All right, inflation. So, of course, if you have a PEG system, then we have low inflation by definition, and this is true, and this is something that is observed. So countries with PEG exchange rate, they have an average inflation of 2.4%, as opposed to the ones who have a other arrangement, and the inflation is around 8%. Some pegged countries, and this is interesting, I'm going to return back to this point later on, they have high variability of inflation but low inflation. So there is a difference between having a level which is low and having a variability which is high. So, and this is something that I'm going to talk a little later about when I talk about price stability. Of course, for some countries, Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco, Mauritania, they managed to have moderate inflation, 4%, and quite low variability when it comes to inflation. However, two countries will have both bad things, meaning very high inflation and high level of variability, which is Egypt and Turkey. And of course, again, as you can see, the different episodes of shocks, they correspond to some changes in inflation, and as expected. So you can see that, for example, post-COVID, in the period of recovery, you're going to see that there is a shoot, an increase in inflation. All right. Now, this is important because central bank independence is quite important. And this is a survey, a paper. This is very recent, 2025. It just gives you an idea about how central bank independence changes over time in the 13 countries. The good news is that, as you can see, there is lots of green arrows, meaning that the central bank independence in most countries, with the exception of Egypt and Saudi Arabia, actually has improved. So this is quite good news. Of course, way to go, because if you can see the numbers, they're not that high, but the trend is positive, of course. All right. The monetary indicators, I'm just using M2 to GDP and the growth in money supply. And again, of course, when you have a situation of a pegged system, and if you have a open capital account and current account that is subject to fluctuation in the price of oil, you should expect that the monetary indicators are going to have very high variability, and this is the case. If you look at the Gulf countries, oil exporting countries, you're going to see that they have high variability compared to oil importing countries. Because of that, you don't have this exchange rate that absorbs the shocks, and all the shocks could be transmitted into the economy given given the level of high export to GDP and, of course, the change in the oil prices. All right. This is quite important right now. So financial deepening is, by the way, it's, if we go back to the previous slide, is not bad. It's quite good. However, and this is something that, again, it's quite interesting to see, and this is associated to a point that Dr. Mahmoud talked about and Ishaq Diwan talked about the private sector. Now, this is the credit to the private sector. And this is not a very good news. If you look at, again, I'm dividing between oil exporters and oil importers. And we have the low middle income countries, this is the average, and this is the high income countries, the average. As you can see, if you look at the oil exporting, the good thing that there is a positive trend, right? Still, it's not that good. However, it is growing, and it is in the right direction. Some few countries, they have passed the low middle income average, but the situation is not great and not good in oil importing countries. As you can see that most of countries, actually they are even below the low and middle income countries, the average. And for the case of Egypt, it shows that there is a continuous decrease in the credit to the private sector. And this is, of course, a classical case of crowding out coming from the increasing government borrowing throughout the years. Okay, so now let me try to combine a couple of things together and talk about the effectiveness of the monetary policy. All right, now this is compiled from the central banks of different countries. So as you can see that we have a couple of objectives of monetary policy. We have price stability, exchange rate stability, financial stability. Now, all of countries, they have financial stability as an objective of monetary policy. Some of them, mainly the ones who don't have a peg system, and this is strange, right? It's a little bit strange. They have price stability. So there is this question mark. So why countries that has a peg exchange rate don't have price stability as their prime, as their monetary objective? Now, again, a puzzling thing as well is that you have exchange rate stability, and this is only one country, which is Oman. But the other countries that has pegged system, they don't have exchange rate stability as their monetary objective. So whether this is outdated, this is something that has to be changed, this is a question mark, and this is interesting because now the idea of credibility of monetary policy is extremely important. So if we have this separation between the objective and what we see in practice, this is not a very good news in terms of the credibility of the monetary policy. All right, so what I'm going to do now is that she's interested in economics and so on. So now, what I'm going to do now is that I'm going to look at the different objectives and see how countries fare in terms of these objectives. So if you look at the price stability, you're going to see that the countries that have price stability as their monetary objective, Egypt, Morocco, Mauritania, Algeria, Tunisia, and Qatar. The best performers are Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia, and this is by looking at the trend and the average and so on of inflation, followed by Mauritania and Turkey. However, Turkey and Egypt are the worst performers, as not only that the average is high, also the variability is very high. And you can see that, and these are the different countries, and this is the mean, and this is standard deviation. Now, the interesting thing, though, is Qatar, right? Qatar is the only Gulf country that has explicitly saying that its objective is, the objective of monetary policy is price stability. However, despite that, it has relatively low inflation, which is around 3.1% during this period. However, the inflation is quite volatile. Actually, it is double the volatility in Tunisia. And Tunisia has has a higher inflation. So it's interesting, right? So there is this, so price stability is not only about reducing the level, it's also about reducing the variability in prices. So this is something that we have to look at. Now, the sources of high inflation in Egypt and Turkey is different. So for Turkey, it's mainly because of excessive monetary expansion, and this is evident in the correlation coefficient between the inflation and money creation. Only 5 minutes? Okay. All right. So in Egypt, it is due to pass-through effect from the exchange rate, and this is something that I guess in Egypt all of us know about. All right. So exchange rate stability. So only Oman has, and this is strange, has exchange rate stability as its monetary policy. And Gulf countries, despite the fact that they have a peg system, however, they don't put the exchange rate stability as their monetary objective. As expected, of course, the variability of the reserves is higher in these countries. Now, financial stability and deepening. Now, all countries, as we saw, they prioritize financial stability as a monetary policy objective. Now, in most countries, the trend, as I show, it's good. It's increasing. Private credit to GDP. However, Algeria, it's quite low, and in Egypt, and this is again given that the crowding out effect. Now, the financial deepening M2 to GDP is not bad. It's quite good, especially in Gulf countries and in Jordan and Morocco. Now, having both things increasing at the same time, this is good. Having M2 divided by GDP and the credit to the private sector, this is a good combination. And this is Morocco, Bahrain, and Oman. This high volatility of monetary indicators in M2 and the creation of money, it's because of that they have a peg exchange rate system and a fluctuation in the current account because of the oil. All right. Now, only Egypt, right, it shows a little bit of counter-cyclical monetary policy. Right? Other countries, they don't have this, so there is no use of monetary policy to stabilize the economy, right? Maybe with the exception of Egypt, it's not that high. And other countries, and Kuwait and Oman, they show some evidence of cyclical, actually, monetary policy. All right, let me finish by the conclusion and policy recommendation. Now, first, now it seems that over time, and if we observe the trends well, you're going to see that the shocks that is happening have more and more significant effects on the financial indicators and the monetary policy. So we should expect that over time, with external shocks, the MENA countries, they're going to be even more responsive, whether positively or negatively, to these shocks. Now, I don't know where maybe I skip it. I had a graph on the exchange rate market pressure, right? And the exchange rate market pressure is negative in Gulf countries, which is expected. And this is because, of course, of favorable current account surpluses. And it is it's quite strong in Egypt and Turkey. Now, price stability is not the same as having low inflation. So, and this is what we saw in Qatar, for example. So in some countries, in some Gulf countries, despite the fact that inflation is low and sometimes it's negative, however, there is high variability and in prices. And this could, of course, could indicate some risk. Now, inflation and exchange rate spiral, this movement of the exchange rate with inflation, is very evident in the case of Egypt and Turkey. This should be tamed, right? And the reasons are different. For Turkey, there should have more monetary discipline, and for Egypt, we should have more fiscal balance. And of course, again, as pointed by Dr. Mahmoud Mohideen, it's less to do with expenditure, it has to do more with revenue, right? Now, despite the improvement we saw in the financial deepening, the region is very much lag behind in terms of the private, to the share of the private sector in the economy. Now, central banks, they have at least a moral obligation in order to promote more credit to the private sector, right? Ishaq Diwan also talked about this point, about that the private sector, or the share of the private sector in the economy is not, it's quite weak in the region. And this is very evident now from the credit to the private sector as a percentage of GDP. So the monetary policy or the central bank have to do something about that, in terms of encouraging the commercial banks to give more credit to the private sector. Now, for the central bank independence, it's a good news. Lots of countries, they have improvement in terms of central bank independence. However, much more to go. And we should also emphasize on credibility. Credibility is extremely, extremely important. And of course, I don't think that there is much research was done on the issue of credibility of central bank in the MENA region. Now, having financial deepening, which is very, I'm finishing 30 seconds. So high financial deepening is not dangerous. However, and this is we in Gulf countries, however, if excessive liquidity is given to the private sector, this could private sector, I meaning not the business sector, this could lead to asset bubble and some constraint in terms of tradable sector and the diversification of the economy. Now, monetary policy is not used to stabilize the real side of the economy. And this is, we saw that the only country is Egypt. This is for pegged system, this is understandable, it is logical, but for more flexible regimes, this is a question mark why you don't have this issue of stabilization of the economy for non-pegged countries. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's 1:16. We started this session 10 minutes late, so with 10. I have a chronometer here. But we'll try to catch up and maybe finish only 5 minutes late or less. So I'll take the lead from Pierre-Olivier, and I also prepare 3 general questions that I'll ask the speakers, and then we'll open the floor for the audience. So the first one is truly general, and it's given the experience with this inflation scare. And at least in some countries, the hit to central bank credibility, I think there you could argue that there are emerging markets that perform much better than in previous events and where the credibility may have been enhanced, but certainly for the large advanced economies, this was a hit to credibility. How much of a reconsideration of the way we conduct monetary policy we should do? Are we talking about slight evolution, or are we talking about revolution? So that's the first question. Related is, how do we, and this goes a little bit more to Anil's presentation, is how do we deal with the mandate of the central bank relative to financial stability? How much of that, how should financial stability feature in monetary policy decisions? Should we try to adhere as much as possible to the separation principle, or to the other extreme, you could think about some financial stability measure entering the Taylor rule or something like that. And finally, and possibly putting it together, and together with the previous session, there is a significant concern by many observers about attacks on central bank independence. And this, I think, relates to 3 things. One is, to some extent, the loss of credibility. So when you are less credible, you are more vulnerable to pressures from fiscal. The second one is the clarity of the mandate. And so this goes to the point about how we relate monetary policy to financial stability. And the third goes to the first session. So when there are much greater fiscal needs and a lot of pessimism, that at least that's how I read the first session, on how to resolve them through fiscal levers, the temptation to do it through monetary policy is going to be there. So pick and choose, and I'll stop here. Thank you. Go first.
So I'll start with the issues around central bank credibility. I share your concern that as we look at the imposing fiscal challenges that we heard about in the first panel, one of the easiest ways to reduce debt, which also came up, was high inflation is a quick way to do it. It seems painless as long as people believe it'll only happen once and never happen again. And now it's happened once. I think we've used that. There will be pressure to go down that route again. So that's why but once that takes hold and people think it might happen, then inflation expectations go up, cost of borrowing goes up, and you end up in a very difficult cycle to get out of. So I will share, I think Pierre-Olivier or someone said it, that is not a recommended policy. I would not suggest going down that route, and that makes it even more important to go back to emphasizing institutional credibility and independence of central banks. Now is the time to really double down on that so that people don't start to worry. There will be pressure to have more inflation to reduce debts, and that will make the jobs much harder for central banks. So I rushed over in my presentation. I didn't get into a research paper we recently done on this, and we actually try to put some numbers on how important central bank credibility was during the inflation scare. And it's just rough estimates, but it just shows in advanced economies the credibility that has been built up through decades of keeping inflation roughly around targets, how important that was in bringing inflation down this time around. So our estimates suggest that because of the previously established credibility. That's why central banks could raise rates so aggressively, be so slow to responding, and then get inflation down with minimal output losses. I don't think that could be repeated again because the credibility is probably not as strong now as it was before for the reasons you just suggested. But it just, again, highlights the importance of institutional credibility. You can't be slow to respond again without that credibility, and now it has to be reestablished. So then you're started with a question, do central banks need an evolution or revolution, because their credibility has been damaged? I'd stick with the evolution, at least for now, at least in advanced economies. The system that has been set up has worked very well for decades. It did get inflation roughly around 2% for decades. If anything, it was almost too successful. I think people forgot in advanced economies what it was like to have high inflation. They forgot the costs. They forgot how much people dislike it. And that's why people started to mess with central bank mandates and ask central banks to do a lot of other things. In the US, it changed the mandate so it basically would slow the response down of central banks if inflation picked up, to wait for the employment mandate to be hit. And that did make it harder to act preemptively. Other central banks have now been asked to do things around other issues, climate change, more about inequality, lots of other issues. And I think that shift happened because people, again, forgot about how painful inflation was. Now we've hit the wake-up call. We've hit the reminder. It's sort of time for central banks to get back to basics of inflation, price stability being sort of front and center. And that doesn't require a revolution. It just, if anything, requires a little bit stepping back for some of the expanded requests that were made of central banks, where it's just hard to accomplish lots of different things with only really one or maybe a couple tools. So again, that's more of an evolution, not a revolution, and almost an evolution back in time instead of something really new and different.
Okay, so one thing that hasn't been quite said is, first of all, I endorse what Kristen said about the importance of preemption. There had been, if you look back to the surveys of the 70s, the last time inflation was high in the United States and a lot of the advanced countries, one thing that's true is inflation hits everybody. Unemployment hits 5% of the workforce. And every cocktail party, people are talking about the price of eggs, whereas if 1 in 20 of the people has lost their job, they're walking around using their business card trying to get a new job. So this idea of letting go of the preemption and just saying, well, we've got to protect unemployment, like lexicographically, I think is something that they're going to need to think again about. On the financial stability thing, that chart I showed where the rationale morphed, I think wouldn't have happened, at least in the UK. Disclosure, Christian and I both were on policy committees at the Bank of England. But if you'd had a different set of people having to justify why the number of purchases didn't change at all, there's no way it would have worked out like that. Now, maybe it wouldn't have changed how long they did the forward guidance and all that stuff, but I think most central banks have already a financial stability division inside of it. You could have those people be part of a committee that's not the same people that make the monetary policy decisions, so that if you do get into this, you've at least got some separation between the people. And I think that would be a move forward for almost all central banks, that they should cleave these two apart. It's not going to change the fact that there will be times when these two things are working against each other, but most of the time they aren't. And so part of the problem in March 2020 was you knew you wanted to buy stuff to stabilize the financial system. You also wanted lower interest rates. And it's exactly when they're going in the same direction that you need the clarity about when to separate. So.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you. Right. Very quickly, now I just want to make 3 quick points responding to your question. Now, about central bank independence, I think this is something that we need to look at not as something that is de jure, but de facto. So we saw that in the region. I'm going to talk from the perspective of the region. The region, that there is improvement in the central bank independence. But if you ask economist about central bank independence and how they think about central bank independence in the region, I don't think that they're going to recognize that there is an improvement in the independence of the central bank. So this is something that it needs to not only a survey to kind of measure the de jure independence, but we need to have, some research, serious research on how to measure the de facto independence and see how agents, how people look and observe the central bank independence. This is one point. Second point, the issue of the coordination between the fiscal and monetary policy. Now, I spent 6 years in the government, and of course, we have committees of coordination, very high committee of coordination between monetary and fiscal policy, but it seems that this is not working well. There is evidence, and strong evidence in lots of countries, of fiscal dominance. And this is very much associated with the actual independence of the central bank. So this is something that we should look at, right? And again, this is associated with the last point, which is transparency. It's very strange that we have these objectives of the monetary policy. I'm not talking about only Egypt, I'm talking about the region. And you have this separation between what is observed and what has been written. Now, if you have a target and it's not met, the officials have to come out and say, this target was not met because of 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and we're going to do this and that in order to solve the problem. Not doing that is going to weaken the policies, even if we take the right policies. And this is something that this issue of self-fulfilling prophecy and the issue of the effect of credibility on especially on monetary policy. So this is extremely, extremely important. So if now I'm out of the government, so I can say whatever I want, to an extent, of course. So, for example, when we have a band of inflation, and the inflation was much, much higher than this band, nobody talked about why we have this problem and how we're going to go back to the band, whether the band is going to change or not. This is something that is extremely detrimental to the credibility of the central bank. The last point that I want to say now, I know in the States, inflation, because in the States we're not used to high inflation, right? So when I came back, I was studying in the States, and then after 20 years, I went after COVID and see this jump in prices. But now, we're talking about inflation of 9% in percent. Now, imagine the inflation in the region, for example, in Egypt, which it hit 30%. Now, how this is affecting people and we have to talk also about the social dimension of inflation, which is extremely, extremely important, and the distribution effect of inflation. Thank you.
Thank you. I have already 3 questions. So first here, then Pierre-Olivier, then young lady in the back. Sorry, no time. 3 questions. Stop.
Right. Thank you so much. Another excellent panel, and I'll focus again on the policy implications and lessons learned. 2 questions to Kristin and Anil, and just quick comment on what Dr. Kamali mentioned. First, on Anil's excellent presentation. Lessons learned from the 2 episodes of March 2020 and then the recent one. What are the policy implications? It seemed that the hedging mechanisms are highly leveraged. Comes to mind, working in government, central bank, there is a role for regulators here should that call for some sort of managing the leveraging? Shouldn't be less than what is it exactly practiced? Or that will not really solve the problem, or perhaps better coordination between what you described as the behavior of the asset managers and their institutional investors vis-a-vis the hedge funds in their basis trade. The second question, very quickly, we used to use another definition of sacrifice ratio rather than the output gaps. It could be better explained in the unemployment. Would that make any difference if you replaced unemployment, current unemployment between, and the gap between that current employment and the potential one in the case of the US? Because we see better data when it comes to unemployment. And then, Dr. Yusuf just reminded me of the central bank independence, and it's not just an Egyptian debate, it's a global debate. The independence of the central bank was granted to allow the institution with such independence under clear objectives, not to act on behalf of the government, to do anything that could harm the distributions. It's basically about price stability. This is the main objective. And if they happen to be the regulators, they should really be granted that power as well. When it comes to practice, for some reason, when Dr. Kamali mentioned the objective of Oman, I admire the honesty of my Omani brothers when they are putting exchange rate stability as their objective, because that may not really be de jure in many central bank laws, but this is very much what we see de facto, that many countries would really leave the issue of inflation targeting or targeting inflation aside, and they just go and target the exchange rate stability. Whether that good or bad, this need to be debated, but I think declaring this from the very beginning, it would be nice. Then the thorny debate now that fixing exchange rate, making the exchange rate flexible is related to something called the dollar, which is now actually being very much questioned about whether it will be in the future the good anchor for exchange rate. So far, it's fine because no competition arising from the euro or the alternatives. But basically, the standard advice to, say, the GCC countries, the exchange rate regime is serving the countries well. Then for a country like Egypt, do more flexibility of your exchange rate. And normally, it's narrowed down to the dollar. So what would be the best advice when we see the issues related to the long-term position and the privileges of the dollar are being questioned by those who are issuing it, including a recent piece by the Federal Reserve Bank talking about the fundamentals of having a healthy dollar need really to be more supported in order to make that kind of privilege sustained in the long term. So these are my 3 quick reactions.
Thank you. Pio.
Thank you very much. 3 excellent presentations. One question, I'll be brief, one to Christine, one to Anil. So Christine, I think I'm trying to think about what was special about the most recent inflation scares because I think that can inform the lessons we'll take from it. So let me offer 3 possibilities, 3 hypotheses. One is what I would call the war financing. We had COVID. In COVID, governments acted to protect businesses and households. They spent, as Barry described, to do that. That was both fiscal and monetary. We know that coming out of war financing, there is a burst of inflation. There's a lot of empirical regularity on that. If you wanted not to have that, you would have had to withdraw the fiscal. Monetary would not have been able to do it. So if you're not doing it on the fiscal side, you know you're going to have inflation. It's a reset of the price level. You have to be careful about monitoring inflation expectations, but there's not much you can do. It also means that this inflation has little to do with monetary policy per se. It's just a reset of the price level. Second view is that we had a big increase in demand, but you had all of the supply disruptions. So in effect, the supply curves became very steep. We did some work at the fund on that. Now, if the supply curve becomes very steep, there is a role for monetary policy because it can walk you back on the supply curve. It can help, and it can help even more if it acts early. But that means you need to monitor the supply disruptions. Third view, related to the first, it's an external shock. It's not so much what you did, and I think that's relevant for many countries, but it's the surge in energy and commodity prices. Many countries were on the receiving end of this. They were not in a position where they increased spending massively, but they just witnessed this huge increase in energy prices. You can tighten monetary policy all you want. That's not going to change oil prices, or that's not going to change what's happening on the external side, unless everyone does it at the same time, and then it's affecting aggregate demand. So coordination of monetary policy, which happened in that episode, becomes a relevant factor. Of those three, do you have a sense of which one you buy in? And Neil, very quickly, there is a flavor of what you describe as this is a consequence of past regulation. We used to have the dealers doing that job of absorbing the treasuries. We told the dealers, you don't do it anymore. We put the SLR, we put a bunch of regulations on you. Now the hedge funds step in. Now we have a problem with the hedge funds stepping in. We want to do something else. Have we done too much in pushing the dealers out of that market?
And short, please.
Thank you very much, the panelists, for very interesting presentations. I have a question for Professor Christine. Now, you mentioned that the central banks raised the interest rate with little negative effects on output. So what can we learn from this experience so that if we have to raise interest rates, what can we do to get the same result?
Okay, guys, 1 minute each.
Okay, I'll start with the easy one. Sacrifice ratio, if we look at that looking at unemployment, we actually did that in the paper. We have 6 measures of output gaps. We look at unemployment gaps, and the answers are basically the same. So use very low sacrifice, even looking at unemployment. Pierre-Olivier, no way I can answer that in 1 minute. But I think sources of high inflation, it's not just one factor, it's all the factors you mentioned. There was too much stimulus, not just fiscal stimulus, but too much monetary stimulus. Way too much QE in some countries that was not needed, rates probably lower than needed. Definitely supply constraints were very important. In energy commodity prices, external, I'd put that in the supply category, but it was also the mismatch of so much demand and supply constraints, and then the supply constraints took longer to resolve when demand came back online. So it was all of that mixed together. But also, I mean, you know the papers, there's been a number of papers breaking down the role. I think, though, one lesson is early on, you could blame it more on some of these demand shocks, supply shocks, but then sort of later, as the inflation persisted longer than expected, there also were some dynamics where high inflation fed through into changes in wage and price setting in some countries that made it last a little longer, and it wasn't just the initial shock. So that's the warning to all of us from the experience, even if it was initially instigated by some different factors. And then the last question, what can we learn? So I think the lesson, at least a couple, again, this can't be answered in one minute, but shortly, one lesson learned is the reason that this disinflation was largely successful by the headline measures in advanced economies was the very well-established credibility of central banks and very well-anchored inflation expectations. Even though central banks were slow to respond, then they came up and started raising rates by 50, 100 basis points in Canada. They said, we're bringing inflation down. They were believed, and that did help bring it down. I'm not sure you can count on that again right now. And I started with the graphs for emerging markets. They don't have the long history of established central bank credibility, anchored inflation expectations. So it would be much harder to replicate. So the final point, the key lesson learned is just really have to prioritize central bank credibility, inflation anchoring in advance in order for these tools to be successful at some point in the future. You can't take that for granted.
Anil.
On the leverage requirement, that's something that gets proposed a lot. Just keep in mind the general equilibrium implications of that. First of all, it means that the basis would have to be bigger before some unlevered person would buy it. That raises the cost to the taxpayer of financing the debt. It probably means that the pension funds and asset managers are less interested in buying the corporate credit. So that probably means corporate credit spreads are elevated a bit too. So I think the fundamental mismatch in the asset management sector is not going to go away, and you won't solve that with a leverage requirement. On the dealers, Pierre-Olivier, I think loosening the SLR would be a good idea, clearing of the treasuries, all that stuff. But I don't think that's going to solve it altogether. And one thing that I skipped over in the slides, but are in the slides, is just to show you that the dealers don't want any interest rate risk. So they own now about $150 billion of treasuries. If you did an interest rate shock of 1 basis point across the whole curve, DV01, you calculate that, their interest rate exposure is almost zero because they hedge it. So even if you made it cheaper to use their balance sheet, they're not going to have the interest rate risk. So I think there's limits to how far they would go. And actually, I think the next time this happens, it may not be because the hedge funds are forced to step out of the trade. It may just be that their own risk managers say you've got to dial back. If there's a lot of volatility and it's going to persist, it can just be prudent risk management for every single hedge fund is the same, step back, and keep in mind that this is a very concentrated trade. There's only like 7 or 8 of these guys that do it, but they do it in scale, and if one of them blows up, that's enough. So,
Matt, you had the last words.
For the sake of monetary and fiscal discipline, I will pass. So I think in order just
all right. Well, so let me thank all 3 of you and the audience. I think next thing is lunch. No, next thing is not lunch. Okay. Sorry.
Thank you so much. I think the 2 sessions kindly indicated the main objective of this conference. We show, there's a lot of differences in the way we perceive things in this region, the way things are done in the rest of the world. So thank you so much. And now I invite Jihad to come to the podium to present the awards for the IMF Youth Challenge Competition in Economics.
Great. Sharif is here now. Okay, you will be the one in this case. Okay, thank you very much for the 2 excellent panels. Before going to the lunch, we have, in preparation of this conference, decided to have an award to recognize outstanding students from the region as part of this conference. And in the lead up to this conference, we launched a competition, and we have 3 winners. I would like for the first prize to call on Pierre Olivier to congratulate Mr. Mohammed Badawi from Egypt. Mohammed is a PhD student at Cairo University here in Egypt. He did his research on measuring fiscal policy uncertainty, the case of Egypt, papers that estimated a new index of fiscal policy uncertainty for Egypt, and he assessed the impact of fiscal uncertainty shocks on macroeconomic variables. Pierre Olivier. Mohammed, this picture will have a lot of value for you in the future. The second winner is Hussein Sulaiman, also from Egypt. He is a PhD student at Nagoya University in Japan, and he did his research on regional economic inequality in Egypt. And then his paper finds that the recent declines in regional inequality in Egypt appear to be explained by temporary factors, including the COVID-19 shock, rather than structural acceleration in income convergence. And I would like to ask Sharif, who is here, to give to Mahmoud this award. And the last one is to Hagir Gum'a. Hagir is a PhD student from Tunisia, and she is a PhD student in Misloc University in Hungary. She did her research on the impact of labor market flexibility and unemployment. The analysis was on Middle East and North Africa region. Her works found that few changes in labor market legislation, including to decentralize wage bargaining and reducing the footprint of the state in the economy, can help boost job creation in MENA. I will be very happy to give to Hajir the award. Now we have lunch.
So we're running a bit of schedule, but by the authority invested me as the master of ceremony, I decided to grant 5 to 10 minutes break. So please, I'm gonna ask you kindly and nicely to leave the room so we can set it up for lunch. It's a seated lunch. So please pick up your belongings. You can stretch out in the sun for 5 to 10 minutes until we get the room ready for lunch and the keynote speech. Thank you so much.
going on here, and I'm sorry I can't make it. I'm sure the conference will be interesting, and I look forward to learning about it afterward. My topic, on which I was asked to talk, is industrial policy. And industrial policy is like regulation. Many measures are called industrial policy, and some are good and good for economic performance, and some are not. To illustrate with regulation, which is another area of the same type, traffic lights regulate traffic, obviously desirable and worthwhile at places such as major intersections. But if a traffic light is installed on a country road with average traffic of 2 vehicles hourly, the regulation is harmful because there's nobody to stop for it, and
So I hope you enjoyed the sun outside and the lunch. We come to our keynote lunch speech. I think the speaker of today needs not any introduction or any bio reading. I was actually looking very much forward to meet her in person. She was one of my idols when I was doing my graduate degrees. Unfortunately, she could not make it, and she was kind enough to make her talk recorded on a video that we'll play shortly. So the keynote speech of the inaugural IMF MENA Research Conference is Professor Anne Kruger. She's a senior fellow at the School of Advanced International Study at Johns Hopkins University, and she is also the Harold L. and Caroline Rich Emeritus Professor of Sciences and Humanities in the Economics Department at Stanford University. She was the first Deputy Managing Director of the IMF from the period 2001 to 2006, and the Vice President of Economics and Research at the World Bank from 1982 to 1986. She's a Distinguished Fellow and past President of the American Economics Association, a Senior Research Fellow of the National Bureau of Economic Research, and the American Academy of Arts, and a member of the National Academy of Science, the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, the Econometric Society, and the American Philosophical Society. She has, I think everybody in this room knows her seminal contributions and academic papers. She has really shaped the thought and really pushed the boundary of knowledge in economic development, international trade, and finance. So please give her a very warm welcome. We'll tape it. I'm sure she will listen to it. So I'll give to you the speech of Anne Kruger. Thank you.
I was very much looking forward to coming to Cairo, learning not only from the conference itself, but learning on what's going on here. And I'm sorry I can't make it. I am sure the conference will be interesting, and I look forward to learning about it afterward. My topic, on which I was asked to talk, is industrial policy. And industrial policy is like regulation. Many measures are called industrial policy, and some are good and good for economic performance, and some are not. To illustrate with regulation, which is another area of the same type, traffic lights regulate traffic, and they are obviously desirable and worthwhile at places such as major intersections. But if a traffic light is installed on a country road with average traffic of 2 vehicles hourly, the regulation is harmful because there's nobody to stop for it, and it just takes people's time for no good reason. Likewise with industrial policy. Some policies promoting a specific industry result in more rapid growth of a more economically efficient industry than otherwise would have happened. But before I go into that, I must start by defining IP, or at least what I mean by it. Almost every government policy has some differential effect across economic activities. Even a traffic light outside a large factory may increase workers' productivity as they spend less time queuing. A decision as to the exact path of a new 4-lane highway will favorably affect businesses located near the road, but probably detract from businesses located on the old 2-lane road. But if all actions and failures to act are industrial policy, or IP, then the term is meaningless. There are many definitions in the literature. The one I shall use is policies designed to support some specified or specific industrial activities, often referred to as a policy of, quote, picking the winners, unquote. Subsidies for chip factories or for production of vehicles are clearly part of industrial policy. So too are tariffs on imports or prohibition of imports of particular goods in order to encourage domestic production. Depreciation allowances and capital taxation schedules that are different for different industries affect them differently than more capital-intensive ones do. A minimum wage rate is set too high can discourage unskilled labor, of course, and the industries that use it, but is not usually regarded as part of IP. Even with this definition, there are policies that affect the costs and specific groups of industries, where it is unclear whether it is IP or not. I have in mind regulations such as those requiring a certain percentage of ethanol in vehicles. Corn production or imports in the manufacture of ethanol will be encouraged, but the auto specifications to produce cars whose engines can function with a higher ethanol content will raise auto costs. And, to be sure, there are many times when producers lobby for specific types of regulation because those types will improve their competitive standing. An interesting case arose in the US where American assemblers lobbied for different emission standards for trucks than for large cars and different ones again for small cars. It was because they did that because they thought that they could benefit on their large cars by having different regulations for different types. Now, let me start first by types of industrial policy. Some government policies benefit, even if differentially, a broad spectrum of activities. But some policies are targeted closely to specific industries and occasionally even a specific firm. For present purposes, I will focus on the latter group of policies. A range of instruments to incentivize specific industries is used. Perhaps the most widely used instrument is trade policy, as tariff and non-tariff barriers on output are used to reduce foreign competition and encourage domestic production. Tariff exemptions for inputs into the target industries can also be granted. Preferential terms for access to credit or lower interest rates are another policy instrument, and preferential tax treatments, such as a tax holiday for a specified number of years for designated industries, are sometimes granted. Grants of land and construction of supporting facilities are also used. Finally, in some cases, public sector enterprises have been chosen to produce output of a given type. There are pros and cons for the use of each of these instruments when an industry is to be favored. It is generally more desirable to use instruments that are more transparent, such as subsidies, to enable assessment of the costs and benefits of the policy, than to apply less transparent ones, such as tax credits or subsidized loans. Tariffs serve as a tax on consumers through higher prices, whereas subsidies must be supported by the government budget and enable lower consumer prices and therefore a larger domestic market for the product. For present purposes, I plan to focus on whether efforts to pick winners by supporting individual industrial activities should be made, or whether the private sector may be better suited to achieve the intended and desired results without intervention in the market. Policymakers who have supported IP have said that they are, quote, picking the winners, underquote, identifying and supporting manufacturers whom they believe are or will be producing the goods whose importance will be growing more rapidly than most other activities in the future. Those who are critical of industrial policy claim that outcome, even when well-intended efforts, is picking the losers. The usual rationale for picking winners is that there is market failure. That is, a characteristic of the market that will prevent a socially optimal outcome. In other words, advocates of industrial policy assert that there are reasons to believe that the competition among firms will not lead to the outcome that is best from the viewpoint of society. The rationale for reliance on markets is that competition provides incentives for business leaders to choose the right investments and to produce the bundle of goods and services that buyers want, employing the least cost technology available. Moreover, those close to the activity are better able to assess the likely success of producing a good and will receive the benefits or costs and thus have a strong incentive to, quote, get it right, unquote. It should be evident that in reality there are few, if any, perfect markets, and government agencies seldom work perfectly too. So the question should not be whether there are market failures or not. The question should be whether market failures will be greater or smaller than government failures. The answer will obviously differ for different activities and different circumstances. There are two closely related issues. The first is whether the political process correctly identifies the likely future winners, and the second is whether an industry is likely to perform better or worse in achieving the desired result when public intervention or when subject to market forces. Turning to the first question, some argue that new industries and products can best be introduced in the public sector because private businesses will, for a variety of reasons, not be able to finance startups or be unwilling to take the risks. Even most advocates of a market-based economy recognize that some infrastructure, for example, roads, ports, and electricity, should be provided, and at least in significant part, by the public sector. In recent years, for some of these activities, public-private sector partnerships have been used for specified projects. For some other infrastructure, such as worker training, there are efficacy questions. Excuse me. While most would agree that at least elementary education should be provided to all, questions arise as to subsequent education and training and how it should be provided. Much modern-day economic activity requires skills and technical training, but there are fairly convincing arguments that at least some of the needed technical training is best provided by employers in programs where new employees may spend part of their time in the classroom and part of their time working on the factory floor. Different countries and different industries have used various combinations of private and public sector sponsorship of off-site training programs and on-site ones. In some countries, new hires have been sent off factory sites for fact classes for 2 or 3 days a week and received training on the factory floor the other days. Likewise, hands-off learning has been enabled by private companies in some countries and public ones in others. Successful programs are one where there are effective feedbacks between workers and the training program personnel and the businesses that hire them. A third sort of infrastructure is research and development capability and facilities. By definition, research is seeking to find out things that are not currently known. Research takes place, of course, even for goods and services currently produced. Assessing where to place one's bets among alternative directions for research and lowering costs of production, and also for new products, is an important part of the challenge to the research and the development community, and of course, to producers in their own industries. There is considerable evidence that those close to the product's market, technology, and production techniques are the ones best placed to evaluate the chances of success for given lines of research. In the US, for example, a broad distinction has been and is drawn between basic and applied research, with the government financing and sponsoring much basic research while leaving the preponderance of private research to be undertaken in the private sector, often by individual companies or firms. Let me now turn to choosing the winners, because that's an important part of the consideration. Politicians often choose specific industries to be recipients of industrial policy. In some instances, issues such as national defense or creating resilience in the case of a cutoff from foreign supplies is used as an argument. When national security is the issue, there are still questions as to what to do and by whom. For example, it is claimed that it takes about 2 years to build a chip, sometimes called semiconductor factory, and that a new and more powerful chip is designed about every 2 years. Encouraging the construction of chip factories in the US is defended on the grounds of the necessity of chip availability. But if a new chip comes along every 2 years, an alternative would be to stockpile 2 years' worth of the most up-to-date chip and then proceed to build a much higher cost factory only when indeed supply is cut off. Then there would be two supply ready. Likewise, preservation of technological defense secrets can be a legitimate reason for policy, although it is sometimes used as a pretext for protectionism and is sometimes counterproductive to the objectives. In early years after World War II, some developing countries used industrial policy to develop manufacturing industries on the rationale that they were so-called infant industries, and until they were well established, it was thought that they could not compete, even if once they were established, they would have comparative advantage. Proponents are much more cautious after experience with the infants. Some became senescent before they matured, as pointed out by Jagdish Bhagwati. Others became high-cost, low-quality, monopolist producers, and others were promoted, although the true motive was out-and-out protectionist and had very little to do with future efficiency. Few ever had tariffs removed. Profits were often low or non-existent in the so-called infant industries. A first problem, as I already hinted, is that once it is recognized that one of those rationales might be valid in some instances, those wanting protection will use the argument when the true motive is simply a desire to protect the activity. Another thing is that politicians can be tempted to support IP measures for an industry or product, such as chips in the present-day U.S., in the belief that the industry is desirable, when in fact there is considerable evidence that those close to the product's properties, technology, and production techniques are best placed to evaluate the chances of success of given lines of trial. Moreover, especially when it comes to innovation, it is almost surely more likely to have a successful outcome if different entrepreneurs are exploring different techniques and different strategies for discovery or improvement of a given activity, with competition among those trying to do so. To that end, having a number of entities seeking to resolve the challenges confronting the industry or firm is likely to be more successful than betting all on one PSC or government-owned facility seeking to innovate. Competition in research has several advantages. One, the very existence of several competitors spurs all to seek more effectively. If there is only one government laboratory, it not only has less incentive to resolve the issue quickly, but public sector managers and workers have more incentives to be cautious. Because if they fail, they will be likely blamed by politicians and the public, and likely but not certain to keep their jobs. But if they succeed, they may receive a merit increase in pay, but the gains will not necessarily be big. In contrast, if an individual or small group that think they have the solution and invests resources in developing it in the private sector, the rewards can be huge. But for the loss from failing to find the desired technique or product is also considerable, and the loss is not only the effort and resources poured into the effort, but often the failure of the company itself. A public sector bureaucrat invests the taxpayers' money, and it will be the taxpayers' money rather than the bureaucrat who lose in the case of the failure. By contrast, the entrepreneur receives greater rewards for success and is more reluctant to continue to spend money if prospects become bleaker. For research and development, the educational and technical training capacities of the workforce are clearly important. So too is the extent to which the questions being investigated are ones whose answers will affect a narrow or broad range of industries. The broader the likely range of activities a given research activity will benefit, if successful, the more likely that industry-wide, region-wide, nationwide, or even global research facilities will be effective, and the stronger the case for public support of research and perhaps development. A final consideration relates to the purpose of the research and development activity. Many point to the American government's program during the Second World War to develop the nuclear technology and weapons of a highly successful endeavor, which it clearly was. However, that activity took place under wartime conditions with researchers who were highly patriotic and committed to the success of their country as a strong motive for extraordinary effort and performance. It is doubtful whether a comparable effort to invent a better sporting equipment could rely to the same extent on patriotism to bring the concerted efforts of the best minds in the field to succeed. But private sporting goods companies have strong incentives to find better equipment. Once it is decided on a given activity that should be successful, the next question is who should carry it out. Once you're past infrastructure, focus changes onto the question of which goods and services will be produced and how and by how many and for whom. For the most part, I shall speak as if the issue is one of provision of goods, but in fact, consideration as to who and how production should be organized pertains as much to services as well. Transportation of goods is often in the government purview and it's a service. So too is the provision of services such as insurance and in many countries, healthcare. When a public sector entity is established, most of the issues that arise when IP are focused on specific activities in the private sector are also present, although the degree of political interference is often greater in the public sector. For example, when there have been many cases where a public sector enterprise manager has been under pressure from politicians to hire their friends or relatives. In those cases, the public sector civil servant is likely to acquiesce. If the private firm, however, is a beneficiary of support under IP, politicians have also been known to pressure managers and owners to hire individuals they favor, but it is likely that the same degree of pressure by a prominent politician on a public sector enterprise is more effective than the same effort on a private sector manager, although the difference is one of degree and not of kind. The same considerations apply to a host of other factors that affect the costs and productivity of firms. A prominent politician may support an additional subsidy or other benefit to a company if it locates its activities in his own territory more enthusiastically if the location is to be elsewhere, even if costs elsewhere were lower. Again, pressure may be more effective on PSC owners or on PSC managers than on private managers, but one can imagine cases where it is the other way around. Almost any preferential treatment for particular firms, industries, or activities means that governments use trade policy as an instrument encouraging domestic production of tarified or otherwise protected goods, such as those subject to import quotas and/or prohibitions. Higher tariffs enable domestic prices and less competition for private domestic firms. The prices can be higher. Although PSEs can be and are given tariff protection, their prices can also be controlled by the relevant government minister, but if it is, of course, there will be a way in which the taxpayer pays for it. Tax exemptions on inputs used by both private and public sector firms in favored industries can lower costs for both, but they are much more frequently granted to PSEs. Another major form of incentives is subsidies, which can be designated for specific firms or industries. In others, factories have been built or bought from existing private owners to produce the goods in question. In some instances, wartime and defense industries have been protected by tariffs or import prohibitions. Alternatives include contractual relations with private sector producers of defense goods, and the issues involved in that choice are complex and will not be discussed here, except to say that national security motives have been used to seek protection in instances where the real motive for seeking protection was the industry's self-interest. As I mentioned earlier, neither a market nor a government generates perfect outcomes. One has to assess the outcomes in particular cases, but it is important to recognize that some public sector enterprises will be successful and some private firms will fail. Overall evaluation of IP should be based on the overall success with the strategy and not on individual cases. An important question is whether the political process is suited for assessment of the likely future trajectory of technology and consumer demand, especially in industries where innovation is rapid. So let me turn to comparative advantage in picking winners. There are two considerations here. A first is how suited each sector is to determine which activities should be favored. A second is how well suited each sector is in implementing the desired change in activity in the desired sector. When owners of a private business decide on what to produce and how much, they must combine knowledge of the production and distribution process with estimates of the availability and costs of factors of production and the likely prospective demand and behavior of competitors. Consultants, engineers, and others will likely be hired to obtain as much information as possible, including the understanding insofar as feasible, what likely changes there will be in technology, factor market conditions, future demand, and, if relevant, government policies toward the industry. If judgment is that the activity or its expansion will likely be sufficiently profitable, investment and its financing must be arranged, the labor force and managers must be hired, and necessary permits obtained. Of course, plans may be for expansion of an existing activity, an extension into a new related activity, or into a new activity completely. Since the business or individual undertaking the investment will lose their investment of both time and money if unsuccessful, the incentive to learn as much as possible implies that private entrepreneurs are likely to have better judgment in many cases and to be more willing to alter plans or even close projects as evidence mounts than will public sector managers who will keep on working. It is important, of course, that the prospective activity take place in a competitive environment. But for private sector's activities, that can be handled by appropriate competition policies and will not be discussed further here for lack of time. But politicians are often not cognizant of the need for competition among PSEs, and the result is often one or at most a few firms producing a commodity in the public sector. Competition is always important, but especially so if decisions are to be made as to which new activity should be undertaken. Small startups become larger firms when they are successful. Ensuring the environment where there are lots of small firms is conducive to entry into the activity is important for innovation and growth. Obviously, the excellence of the decision makers, both in choosing what and how to produce and in choosing management, staff, and equipment, will be critical to success. And once the business is started or expanded, judgments are needed as to how to fix problems, how to adjust to change, and so on. All those needs are similar whether the decision maker is in the private or the public sector, but the likelihood that politicians and senior officials will have the necessary knowledge is usually less than that in the private sector of engineers and businessmen there, because they are equipped to do so. Political pressures to choose favored friends and relatives and politically important locations will also be greater in the public sector. Often, too, public sector regulations necessarily entail a slowdown of the decision-making process. I want to focus now on some of the significant differences affecting public PSE and private performance. Perhaps the most significant difference between the economic performance of PSEs and the private sector is the fact that private firms have a, quote, hard budget constraint, unquote, whereas PSEs do not. By hard budget constraint is meant the necessity for private firms to be able to finance their activities either through profits or through additional credit and equity finance. However, equity finance and additional credit is possible only when the company's prospects assure the creditors and or additional shareholders that the prospects for future profits are sufficiently bright, that creditors can be confident of repayment, and that the interest rate on the loan is sufficiently high to reward risk, and shareholders can expect a reasonable rate of return. When a private sector company is or will be unprofitable, it will be forced to close down the activity for lack of funds. That reduces wasteful output and employment and frees the qualified people who are engaged at the company to move on and to be more productive in other uses. Of course, macroeconomic policy has to enable reasonably full employment, but that is true whether it is public sector or private sector enterprises that are questioned. Whether the activity is private or undertaken by a PSE, closure of an activity or a whole company will be politically unwelcome. In a PSE, however, the activity may be kept afloat with loans or subsidies and a mandate to maintain employment or, as mentioned, financed by the government. Unsuccessful, quote, dinosaurs, unquote, as they're called, often persist for decades, and returns on the monies invested in them often yield scant or even negative returns. To be sure, some enterprises are profitable and economically viable, but their profits are partly or wholly offset by low profits or losses of the other dinosaurs. Trade policy is a second significant component of any IP. Although the same magnitude of incentives could be given to the private sector through subsidies and to the public sector by absorbing losses or reducing profits as can be given protection, protection through tariffs and import quotas and prohibitions is often likely to be chosen. Permitting free trade would permit imports at world prices in domestic entities, whether private or public, and producers would be unable to charge more than those prices with the usual markups, or they would face too much competition. In wanting to provide incentives for private firms, politicians often choose trade protection over subsidies, which cost the taxpayer money through higher prices of the goods produced or through higher rates of inflation. But they choose tariffs in significant part because they do not need to raise taxes. PSEs can survive losses if they are covered by the government, and while that coverage deprives tax revenue that might otherwise be used or it accelerates inflation, the cost of PSE losses, and specifically of low or zero profits, is not as transparent as the losses of a PSE. In some cases, where imports are specified, commodities are not permitted, even the managers of PSE may not be aware of the lower costs and perhaps higher quality of competing imports. Of course, it is also easier to increase returns to the favored IP entities by raising tariffs and reducing import quotas than it is by increasing subsidies. Many countries' citizens have suffered from prices 2 or 3 times comparable the price in other countries as losses from PSEs were financed by the central government. To be sure, when private companies are in difficulty, subsidies can be raised, but the process is lengthier, the cost of the IP is evident to the public, and politicians are more reluctant to do so. Another difference between IP implemented through PSEs and through the private sector is the degree to which there are profitable opportunities for profitable evasion of regulations. When policy is to encourage private entities, evasion of tariffs through misrepresentation of the nature of the product, smuggling, and shipping through tariff-free locations when preferential trade arrangements preclude tariffs, and even a bribery of customs officials are all techniques to avoid paying tariffs. PSEs need not be charged tariffs on imported inputs, and even if they are, there is little incentive for PSE staff to attempt to reduce costs through tariff evasion or similar measures. Indeed, PSEs often receive preference in their quest for import licenses in countries where foreign exchange is scarce. But for PSEs, corruption takes place as PSE staff can receive compensation for paying higher prices for purchased inputs, giving some favored treatment in the allocation of scarce goods, or awarding contracts to others than the lowest cost bidder. PSE staff selling scarce commodities to the public can give to preferred customers with a side payment, or even divert some of the item in question for private use or sale. Staff can also overlook PSE evasion in return for favors such as summer holidays on yachts, or hiring a relative, or outright compensation. But perhaps the biggest difference between PSEs and private firms results from the different mechanisms by which staff, and especially higher level staff, are chosen, and different incentives they usually face. Top management of PSEs, and especially large ones, is usually appointed by a politician, often the minister in charge of the agency, such as Steele, or another higher official in such an agency. Once public monies have been allocated to a particular activity, managers of that activity will be more likely, and probably correctly, to believe that public monies to support them will be there to support them if they go over budget. Especially if public investments have been made into larger PSEs employing many people, politicians are more likely to pour even more funds into the enterprise to try and rescue it than they will be willing to undertake further financing of private creditors. So let me quickly conclude. There's no cut rule in deciding when IP measures should be intervened in market outcomes. Having market outcomes functions well requires appropriate anti-monopoly policy and a sufficiently business-friendly atmosphere for private activity. Using IP requires many things. In the public sector, there must be processes to assure that the appropriate activities are chosen, which requires qualified decision makers and cost-benefit assessments. Mechanisms in the public sector must be found to avoid undue political influence over IP activities. In particular, management and staff need to be chosen and rewarded on the basis of merit and performance. Procedures need to be developed to assure that when PSEs fail, there will be closure or reorganization similar to the arrangements for private firms. Ongoing transparent reporting and evaluation of performance is also needed, although it must be done in a way that does not cripple management or result in long delays in decision-making. Incentives for good performance must be based on merit and must be provided. Reliance on the private sector entails appropriate and not overly restrictive anti-trade policy, provision of adequate infrastructure and training facilities in coordination with private firms' needs, the dependability of the rule of law, and a commercial code including bankruptcy procedures, good educational facilities, and a reasonably well-functioning financial system. IP and reliance on markets both require these attributes in varying degrees. Improvement in any of them enables better economic outcomes in any circumstances. Thank you very much.
Well, that was long and comprehensive. I think I'm waiting for instructions. The next item is a group photo outside. Where exactly outside? Under the sun? Okay. So if I may please ask you, and the president came just on time for the photo. So we'll step outside for the quick group photo and maybe for a quick tea and coffee break, and then we'll resume the last session of the day. May I please ask you to start regaining your seats? We're quite behind schedule. We're الكمبيوتر فصل. الكمبيوتر ده يوز. لا انا عايز لا ادي عيب بقى ادي عيب الديجيتال. لا خلاص طلعت هشتغل بس كراشت. So thank you for your patience and the long day. We finally come to the last panel of the first day, entitled Industrial Policy for Dynamic Transformation. And I'm pleased to introduce the moderator of this session from the IMF, Gian Maria Ferretti, is a senior fellow at the Hutchins Center for Fiscal Policy, Fiscal and Monetary Policy. He was the deputy director in the research department of the IMF, overseeing work on multinational surveillance, including the World Economic Outlook, the G20 reports, spillover analysis, and economic modeling. Previously, he was the deputy director in the Western Hemisphere department and the IMF chief to the United States. He taught at LSE before joining the IMF. He published widely in international economics, taxation, and growth. So on your behalf, please welcome the last panel of the day. Thank you. Giovanni, over to you.
Let me start very quickly by thanking Jihad Azur and Ahmed Dalad for the very kind invitation. This city is very close to my heart. I spent 5 of my teenage years in Cairo, and it is an absolute joy for me to be able to come back. And also I want to warmly thank the team at the IMF, in particular the people I've interacted most closely with in the preparation of the conference, with Asma, Antonio, Roberto, and Joanna, who did all the organizational stuff flawlessly. It is a great privilege to chair this panel on a topic which is not really very close to my expertise. So I'm really looking forward to hearing from our speakers. We're going to start with Professor Jocelyn Lin, who's the Dean of the, sorry if I'm too far, Dean of the Institute of New Structural Economics, but he's also a professor and honorary dean at Peking University. He was chief economist at the World Bank, a long and illustrious career. We're very much looking forward to hearing his perspectives. He's really world-renowned expert on the subject. Then we have Amir Libdioui, who is a professor of political economy of development at University of Oxford, the Department of International Development. And we have Al-Muhud, who's professor of economics at and president of Paris Dauphine and Paris Sciences et Lettres. Again, welcome to all of you. And in terms of stage setting, I just mentioned four big questions: the imperative of the big transition, of the green transition, the issue of the structure and functioning of supply chains, the COVID disruptions and their aftermath, the repercussions of geopolitical tensions for international allocation of resources and for government policies towards that allocation. And closer to the institution where I worked, there was a speech by Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor in the Biden administration under the previous administration, emphasizing the close ties between US industrial policy strategy and geopolitical considerations. So clearly a topic very much at the center of attention of policymakers. Let me leave it to Professor Lin. Thank you.
Well, could I have the, okay. Well, it's a great pleasure for me to speak on industrial policy for structural transformation. And I say it's a great pleasure. I do mean it, because I started to promote using industrial policy to achieve dynamic structural transformation when I was the chief economist of the World Bank in 2008. And at that time, industrial policy was a taboo. And I'm so delighted to see now industrial policy is coming back. We know that to become a dynamic, growing, high-income country is a dream shared by all the developing countries. But so far, only a few of them were able to achieve this dream. And we know that the nature of modern economic growth is a process of structural transformation in technology and industrial grading, which will raise productivities. And it's also a structural transformation in the hard infrastructure and institution to reduce transaction cost. And in this process, a developing country should have the latecomers' advantages in technological innovation, industrial grading, and institutional innovation. Since they have the latecomers' advantages, they should be able to grow faster than the advanced country and achieve the convergence. But the track record is that only a few of them were able to realize this potential. And from what I see, it was because of their development effort. Their development effort was guided by inappropriate ideas. And today I'm going to apply the new structural economics which I advocate to answer three questions. That is how to facilitate an economy's industrial upgrading to turn the latent competitive advantages to actual competitive advantages, and so as to achieve dynamic economic growth. And I would like to analyze why industrial policy is an essential tool for the government to facilitate this kind of dynamic structural transformation. Then I will talk about how to use industrial policy effectively in a market economy. The new structural economics is an application of modern economic approach to study the nature and the determinant of economic structure and its evolution. And by definition, I should refer that as structural economics, because in the past we have structuralism, and I will try to be different from the structuralism, so I refer that as new structural economics. The main hypothesis of new structural economics is that economic structures, including the industrial structure and so on, in an economy is endogenous to its factor endowments. Because the factor endowments and its structure determine which industries the economy has the latent competitive advantages. What I mean latent competitive advantage means that this industry, they can have the possible lowest cost of production, in the domestic market and the international market. Certainly, that is the foundation for competitiveness in a market. But if you want to be competitive in a market, it's not only a competition of cost of production. It's a competition of total cost, including the transaction cost. And how high the transaction cost certainly depends on whether the infrastructure and the institutions are appropriate. So from this regard, the production structure, infrastructure, and the institutional structure are all endogenous to the endowment structure. Our goal certainly is to achieve dynamic economic growth, to raise the productivity and the income. But since that, if you want to have a productivity, certainly you need to have more capital-intensive and technological-intensive industries. But because of the industry, the production structures is endogenous to the endowment structure. So if you want to move from low productivity production structure, in resources or in labor-intensive industry to more capital-intensive industries, you need to upgrade your endowment structure from, let's say, resources abundant or labor abundant, to capital abundant. And if you can have this kind of transformation in your endowment structure, certainly you can upgrade your industry to more, capital-intensive, technological-intensive industries. But not only so, if you can upgrade your endowment structures, you also need to improve your infrastructure and institution to facilitate the realization of your latent competitive advantages to become actual competitive advantages. And from this perspective, if a country is trapped in poverty or low income status, that means the country did not have dynamic structural transformation. And from this simple framework, we can understand the best way to achieve dynamic economic growth is to develop your economies according to your competitive advantages, and also provide a sector which you have competitive advantages with adequate infrastructure and institutions. Because if you can do so, you will be very competitive. Because not only your cost of production, but also transaction cost will be low. You will be competitive domestically and internationally. And if you are competitive domestically and internationally, certainly you're going to generate a lot of profit, economic surplus. You have a lot to save, and you will have a high incentive to save. And your capital accumulation will be fast, and you can transform the factor endowments from relatively abundant in natural resources or labor force to more capital intensive, relatively abundant in capitals. And then you can upgrade your industry and technologies. And in this process, you can also have the latecomer advantages. So if you realize the latecomer advantages in a very dynamic way, certainly you can grow much faster than the high-income country, and you can enjoy the convergence to the high-income country. But to develop your economies according to your competitive advantages is a term only, could be understandable for us as economists. For entrepreneurs, actually, they do not care about competitive advantages. They are driven by profit. So how can we turn from this, entrepreneurs' profit motivation and to make them to choose the industry and technology spontaneously according to the competitive advantages determined by your factor endowments. For that, we need to have price signals which can reflect the relative abundance of factor endowments in your economies. If your capital is scarce and a labor is abundant, then the labor cost should be relatively low, capital cost should be relatively high, and if you have those kind of price signals, certainly entrepreneur for the profit motivation, they will go into sector which can use a lot of inexpensive labor force, and that it will be labor-intensive sectors, and adopt technology which can replace expensive capital with inexpensive labor force. Then that will be labor-intensive technologies. And those kind of technology industry will be consistent with your competitive advantages. And similarly, if capital become relatively abundant, then if you have those kind of price signals, then entrepreneurs will go into the capital-intensive sectors, adopt capital-intensive technology, and that will also be consistent with your competitive advantages. And how can we get those kind of price signals? The only way is to have competitive markets. So competitive market is essential for the economy to follow the competitive advantages in the process of their economic development. But we are not talking about the static resource allocation. We are talking about dynamic structural transformation from land-intensive or labor-intensive industry gradually up to more capital-intensive, technology-intensive industries. In this process of structural transformation, there are all kinds of market failures. You need to have the first movers. And there's a lot of externality related to the first mover. So you need to provide certain kind of incentive to the first movers. And not only so, you need to improve your hard infrastructure and institution continuously according to the needs of the new industries. And there are a lot of market failures in the coordination, in the improvement of hard infrastructure and institutions. So by that, certainly, the state needs to play some kind of facilitation role to compensate for the externality generated by the first movers, and also to overcome the market failures in the improvement of institution and infrastructure. So we also need to have a proactive facilitation state in the process of economic development. But if we want to have the state to play this kind of for this facilitation role, industrial policy becomes essential. Because in a developing country, infrastructure in general is poor almost everywhere. But the government has limited resources. It cannot improve the infrastructure for the whole nations. And the institution is also inadequate almost everywhere. And you cannot make the whole country to have good institutions simultaneously. So under the kind of situation, the state needs to use the limited resources and limited capacity strategically according to the needs of the sector which you have competitive advantages, and you use your limited resources to improve the infrastructure and the institution to allow them to turn from latent competitive advantages into actual competitive advantages. And if you can do that, certainly your industry will be competitive, and you can rely on the late common advantages to have fast technological innovation and industrial upgrading, and you can grow faster. And so from that, industrial policy is essential. But how come industrial policy became a taboo in the development communities? It was because of most industrial policies in the developing country or in the world failed, and so it became a taboo. But from the new structure perspective, how come most industrial policy failed? Because most industrial policy, they have a run target. They target industry which the country do not have competitive advantages. In general, in the developing country, they are targeting industry which are too far advanced, too far away from their competitive advantages. For example, in the post-war periods, most countries adopt the import substitution strategies, want to develop the capital-intensive industry like those in the high-income country, advanced country, and they did not have competitive advantages on that industry because they were capital-scarce economies. And for high-income countries, very often their industrial policy also failed because they want to use industrial policy to protect sectors which they do not have competitive advantages. For example, what the U.S. government is doing under the Trump administration, try to protect those kind of labor-intensive industries for the purpose of job creation and so on. And since those industries, went against their competitive advantages, firms in those kind of sectors were not viable. And to, make those kind of industry to be possible, you need to give all kind of protection and subsidies to those kind of non-viable firms. And the protection and subsidies always comes with all kind of government interventions. Not only those interventions cause misallocation of resources, it also creates all kind of rent and rent-seeking and corruption. And I think that's the reason why most industrial policy failed. And so if we want to make industrial policy to be successful, the industrial policy should target the sectors which the country has latent competitive advantages. But latent is latent. How can you target sectors which you have latent competitive advantages? Then the new structural economics proposed, based on the existing industry that the country is operating now, and to see how far away the industry you have from the global technological frontiers. That's first criterion. Second criterion is that whether this industry is consistent with your latent competitive advantage or not. And the third criterion is that whether this industry is strategically important for your country or not. Based on these criteria, I divide the industry into 5 types. Industry which you have now, but you are only low value added segment of the industry, and you are still on the catching up process, so the catching up industries. And the second type of industry is that you are already a global leaders in those kind of industry, and I refer that as leading edge industries. Then there are some industries which used to be very competitive, but because of rising wage and so on, you are losing competitive advantage in those kind of sectors. That's the third type. And the fourth type is that there are some new opportunity arising because of the fourth industrial revolution. Those kind of industry in general have a very short innovation cycles, and then the country can utilize the labor for their abundant talents and so on, and to leapfrog in those kind of industry. And the last one is that strategically important, but you do not have competitive advantage in those kind of sectors. And for the catching up industries that, you already have those kind of industry. You are in a catching up process, and how to facilitate the growth in those kind of sectors. In general, if you have those kind of industries and you're on the catching up process, your labor cost in general is much lower than the advanced country in those kind of sectors. And those kind of industry in general are more labor intensive. You should be competitive because you have low labor cost. And how come you cannot be competitive? How come you cannot move up the technological ladders? Then the government can analyze the bottleneck for the industry to upgrade and help to reduce those kind of bottlenecks. It can be in the infrastructure. It can be in the access to finance, or it can be access to foreign exchanges in order to import and better equipment and so on. And so that is one way to help. And then for industry are already on the global technological frontier. And there's a great potential of market for those kind of sectors. And under this kind of situation, certainly the country need to support R&Ds in those kind of sectors. And we know that the firms, they have high incentive for development. but they don't have incentive for basic research. But without basic research, they cannot to have very dynamic development. And so the government needs to support basic research like in the advanced country. And the government can also help them to, to reach the economic scale once they have some breakthrough in their technology by, government procurement and so on. And the government can also help this industry to penetrate into the global market by, marketing and so on. Those are the second type of industry. And for industry which are losing competitive advantages due to the rising wages and so on, the government can facilitate some firm to move up to the so-called the two ends of the smile curves: branding, marketing, product design, because those have higher value added. And then the government should see what kind of bottlenecks for a firm to move up to those kind of two ends of smile curve. In general, you need to have ability for the product design and so on. You need to have those kind of human capital. The government can help to cultivate those kind of human capital and so on. And in the lower end of the production, the value added is not high. There are two ways, certainly, to use automation or to move to country with lower wages. And the government can also facilitate that. And then for the fourth industrial revolution, may give opportunity to some middle-income country like China. If the country have large talent pool, and we know that fourth industrial revolution, no matter it's in big data or in artificial intelligence, the most important input is, talents. And then if the country have a large talents like Egypt or like China, we have large population, certainly we have large talents. Then the government should help them incubation and so on, so they can leapfrog in this kind of fourth industrial revolution. And the last one is that the industry, the country do not have competitive advantages, but they are strategically important for national defense or economic security. And even they go against the competitive advantages, the country need to have that. Then the government need to support them. But I think the number of those kind of industries should be very small. Okay. So let me conclude. That every developing country has the potential to grow dynamically for decades and to become a middle income or even high income country in 1 or 2 generations. As long as the government has the right industrial policy to facilitate the development of private sectors according to the line of the country's competitive advantages and tap into the latecomers' advantages. And the new structural economics provide a framework for the government to design the appropriate industrial policies. And if they can do that, they can all reach or realize their dream of becoming a dynamically growing, structural transforming, high-income country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me here. Probably the question that my presentation will ask is why it did not work in the MENA countries, why your model did not work here. So I'm going to put on the table some reflections about the context in which global industrial policies are shifting and the implication for MENA countries. So I will say that first, when China, for example, or the South Korea or others have entered in the globalization process, it was in a context completely different. Free trade for China, and India, the TRIPS trade that were not there completely. It started in 1995, but it was just at the beginning. So, and in all the industrial countries, the industrial policies, mainly in Europe, respond to the definition that Anne Kruger gave just before. Regulation, and that's it. Not massive subsidies, for example. So I will say that the global industrial policies has entered a new phase shaped by geopolitics, technology, and environmental transitions. And specifically the technology driven by AI and the low carbon technologies as a lever for regaining the competitive advantage for industrial countries, because if you can lose competitive advantages, as you showed in your presentations, you can also recapture them by innovation, and that's what is happening some way. And then I will say that the context of the global context is completely fragmented, and now it's much more difficult to lead industrial policy. So it's a little bit paradoxal to speak about renewal of political industrial policies here in MENA when it's more complicated, because in the northern, in the industrialized countries, everywhere industrial policy is coming back with massive subsidies, so I will say that. And MENA countries can, of course, have a lot of challenges to respond, but they have also opportunities thanks to this change that I will just show. So I will follow this outline, more or less, to tell the story, and my presentation is much more factual than theoretical, but it will illustrate what, in some cases, why the model doesn't work correctly here in the MENA. So yes, you can see that today the globalization has changed. The regionalization of global chain value is everywhere. You have, since 2010, lower trade elasticities, implication for the global value chain is really a process of regionalization. Oh, okay. So I was not. Okay, so this is so. Okay, I was just showing how the globalization of global chain value has changed, and you can see that the rupture started in 2010, and since 2010, the intermediate goods, the parts and components are those who are responsible for a certain decline of globalization and trade. We cannot say that the trade has fallen, but the elasticities have fallen, of course. The trends of global chain value are everywhere, not completely massively, but the reshoring activities is a new phenomenon that is increasing. In the US, you have many jobs that are reshoring, FDI. The critical sectors are electrical vehicles, batteries, semiconductor fibers, and solar gear, for example, made up a large share. And in Europe, it is exactly the same tendency to try to reindustrialize by relocating, reshoring activities at home. In Europe, for example, according to a recent survey, 56% of large US and EU manufacturers invested in reshoring or nearshoring. Onshoring is also increasing. And friendshoring, that we call friendshoring since the war and since this restriction of the globalization, is also developing, reducing reliance in China. And you could see here that in this rupture, the openness the degree of openness has fallen in 2010 because of China specifically. And China is no more a sweet workshop of the world, and probably because China also has started to reconquer its internal market and apply what it has just been demonstrated by Justin. So when you see which are the countries that are the candidates to attract these new activities nearshored, you can see, of course, India, Vietnam, and North Africa can noted as a popular destination for new factories. So originalization of the global chain value for European firms means probably more activities in the Mediterranean basin. But you have to notice that relocation, reshoring activities is not the same everywhere. Some firms have just to get back for labor cost units reductions activities, and this model that I call Ricardian reshoring is really very fragile, because the firms can come back, but they can go out very, very quickly. More interesting is the Schumpeterian reshoring activities based totally on innovation and substitution to imports of intermediate goods because of innovation at the local level, and which encourages granular growth process. So that's what I will stress on for MENA countries, more sustainable reshoring activities. And if you look at the factors of this reshoring activities process, you will of course see that automation and robotization is the first factor which can counter the increase in labor cost units that have increased dramatically in emerging countries, specifically in China. You have also transportation costs and transaction costs that have increased dramatically, and this is a huge difference between the two periods, the period of hyper-globalization from 1990 to 2010, where hyper-globalization was also a hyper-carbonization. So the difference is now you have an increase in transaction costs, so it is no more efficient to delay the global chain everywhere in the world and very far. So that's why some companies are more and more regionalizing their chain value. What you have to notice is also there is a huge intersectoral heterogeneity between sectors. We have some sectors that are completely robotizable, so you can relocate them, reshore them in the industrialized countries, the solid materials, vehicles, electronic, etc. But the clothing and sector, for example, the materials that are not solid are not robotizable again, so far, so they are still offshored everywhere. And more interesting for the MENA countries, what the firms are doing is reshoring some industrial manufacturing activities, but at the same time offshoring more services, manufacturing services. So, and sometimes knowledge-based services. So it's really interesting to see that there is a contradictory movement between services that are more and more offshored and manufacturing that is more and more relocated in the developed countries. And the context also is a context of industrial policy revival in major economies. Take the US, the 2022 Inflation Reduction Act has put a lot of money in subsidies to clean energy, manufacturing incentives, and it has encouraged the domestic boom in electrical vehicles, batteries, chips, backed by production and tax credits. And you see, you have the same movement in Europe, even if it's less efficient a little bit. A Green Deal industrial plan with a lot of money also for industries, and Net Zero Industry Act, for example. But in China also you have this kind of huge subsidies to industry, new industrial policies in India, Japan and MENA. Also you have some movements, but it's still difficult to implement them with the same efficiency. The second point is that this transformation of policies, industrial policies in the fragmented world are driven by new technologies. The first is the diffusion of AI. As you know, AI adoption is transforming manufacturing and services, but there is a huge also challenge, which is that many firms experiment digital skills shortages. For example, if you see at this graphic, which is just from OECD, just at the right side of the screen, you can see that the talents and the competencies for AI are concentrated mainly in India, US, Germany, etc. You cannot see here the MENA countries, for example, in this classification. But if you look at the relative international skill demand for competencies in AI, you find the US as the first country to ask for competencies. Probably going to change because of the new policies, but it's the hierarchy is really this in this graph just below. If the second revolution is the global clean energy investment by region, which has also increased very, very much. You have everywhere investment in clean energy that has increased, mainly in China. China is the country where the efforts to invest in clean energy is really the most important in absolute terms. And you have also Europe, United States, and other countries, but Middle East and Africa are also doing efforts, but starting from zero. If you look at the impact of decarbonization on value chains, you have two main effects that are interesting to analyze when you talk about industrial policy in MENA countries entering in the global value chains. You have first a composition effect. When you use decarbonization, there is many examples. In Sweden, for example, the first effect is to shorten the global value chain. So you have less steps because of innovation in clean or low carbon technologies. The second effect is to increase the transaction costs, and this increase in transaction cost makes more costly to disperse the global chain value steps everywhere in the world. So again, it is a factor of relocation. What happens just after the comeback of Trump? US and European Union industrial policy, of course, has been shocked by this return of the Trump administration. The first impact is that we have still subsidies, but also huge tariffs. So the transaction costs are increasing completely everywhere. And in Europe, of course, the response is to push strategic autonomy via new technologies, and the result is a fragmentation with parallel industrial blocks. So if you look at the trade restriction today, they have been tripled since 2018. So really the globalization is not there. As of 2024, over 3,000 such measures are in place globally, according to WTO. And from October 2023 to October 2024, members introduced around 170 new trade restrictive measures. So the shock of import restrictions keeps growing. And the stock of import restrictions is growing, and the creeping protectionism adds to business uncertainty and could undermine global value chains. Geopolitical tensions are increasing, of course, and encouraging friendshoring. Export curbs, something new also in the globalization process, on critical goods, chips, vaccines, food commodities. And this trade fragmentation goes with the new carbon border adjustment mechanism in Europe, which can make more difficult the exports of fuel, combustible fuel, fossil from MENA countries, specifically from the middle income oil countries in MENA. But there are some opportunities for MENA countries. MENA can move up to the value chain by embedding into EU reindustrialization strategies in battery, in pharmacy, value chains. Services industries, I think we have really to look at services, because services are much less shocked by the tariffs, for example, because, even if regulations are coming, tariffs that do not concern the services. So there is a window of opportunity to enter in the global value chain by a strategy in the service sector, paradoxically. And North Africa strategy, for example, position is not so bad. You have some countries like Morocco, Egypt, and Tunisia that are capitalizing on proximity to Europe. Morocco has attracted auto and aerospace factories in Casablanca, for example, becoming a region manufacturing hub. Egypt is leveraging its large market and trade agreements, and you have also local innovation ecosystems that are emerging everywhere. Many startups in MENA, and both in artificial intelligence and green tech. So if MENA wants to catch up, there is still gaps to improve, and there is also a necessity to change the agreement with Europe, which is very asymmetric. It's a hub and spoke process that is well described by the international economic theory. And so we need a more integrated labor market, regional market, which is something that we have to boost and to try to boost, even if it's very difficult for political and geopolitical reasons. So can the GCC encore, this is another scenario, and I finish by that, can the GCC, the Gulf countries, encore green integration? If you have Gulf countries and green tech and funds from Gulf, you can imagine that you will have an engine of integration. Gulf capital plus North African industry can have a lot of synergy, and high oil prices have provided fiscal space for investment, and visions like Saudi Arabia or Emirates is interesting also. But there is a huge problem of diversifications. I spoke about with my friend Ishak about that. If you look at the investment in this domain of low carbon, it's very interesting. There are many efforts, even for capitalization. But if you look at the diversification, you are very disappointed. Even for GCC, for the same level of GDP per head, you have less diversification in the region than in the other regions. So there is something to do because we can't really diversify in small countries. So to finish, I will say that MENA strategy have to develop 5 key industrial policy actions: build regional value chains, invest in tech skills and education, because the paradox for the region is that the expatriation rate of skilled people is abnormally high comparing to though compared to the other countries with the same level of GDP per head. So there is a huge expatriation rate of skilled, and there is a vicious circle between having a low stock of human capital and attracting FDI, for example. We have to mobilize the diaspora and co-financing, support small companies, and create tech transfers. So the more than measures, because it's too easy to just have a catalog of measures, but the problem for me is, and Ishak has told about that just when he spoke about crony capitalism, is the coordination between industrial policy, education, and energy policy. So we need coordination, we need regional integration, and it's time to boost a deepened GAFTA with GCC as engine of growth and regional value chain. So MENA, to conclude, has a historical window to reindustrialize. Fragmentation creates risks, but also space. With the right strategy, the region can become resilient production hub, but the condition is the political reforms and stop subsidies to the cronies. Thank you so much.
All right, so I'm the last thing standing between you and your evening of delightful activities in Cairo. That's not an envious position to be in, but luckily, industrial policy is an extremely delightful topic, and I'm sure that there's no other place you would rather be. So, I don't have a PowerPoint. The two previous presenters managed to have both PowerPoints and powerful points. I don't have the first one, and I'll let you judge if I manage to have the second one. But before delving into the topic of industrial policy and how to make it work, I would like to take a little detour to talk about intellectual legacies. And that is because Jihad this morning mentioned someone very important, which is somehow the kind of elephant in the room. And that person is Ibn Khaldun. Because somehow, interestingly, all the topics that have been mentioned, from inflation, from the aspect of government stimulus, fiscal justice, and different forms of taxation, and the kind of tax rate after which it impacts the economy, all of those are extreme Khaldunian insights, right, from 700 years ago. And the fact that we're here make it quite special, but it also shows that it's extremely important to learn from different experiences. But there's a kind of this responsibility, right, to go back into this indigenous intellectual legacies and own, right, some of those ideas. Even the idea of trust and social cohesion, which I think Ishaq mentioned, right, which Khaldun calls asabiya. And by the way, even the Laffer curve, we should call it the Khaldunian curve, right? He came up with this insight 700 years ago. So, as a result, something I was not prepared to do, but I will actually, follow Jihad's wise mention and take an explicit Khaldunian perspective on industrial policy, because it is extremely relevant, actually. In his growth model, Khaldun sees three main actors, right? He sees markets, states, and society. And he sees development through the process of two dynamics. One is economic growth, right? Wealth accumulation. And the other one is justice, which doesn't define just as legal justice, right? But he defines it as in terms of the shared prosperity, the cohesion of the agenda, and essentially not creating economic growth at the expense of people, right? It is in that sense that his insights on government interventions are extremely relevant, because he's very pro-markets, right, and pro-private sector. He clearly, he explicitly argues that there is a limit to how much states can intervene. They shouldn't be the price setters, right? But they should make sure that wealth accumulation is is done, right, in a direction that benefits society, right, that has social spillovers, right? And he defines, he makes the case for government intervention, right, as a way to generate development, and including through stimulus, right, fiscal stimulus. That sounds very, that might sound very familiar, but also the state for its role as the role of the sovereign as for public procurement, right, in terms of helping steer demand towards specific types of goods that are more likely to generate prosperity. And so, in the context of the MENA region, I think we all know the problems that the region has in terms of economic diversification, dependence on the fossil fuel side, on the youth unemployment side. So there's no need to go on them, to go through them. But the point is, these are specifically the challenges that create this rationale, right, for state intervention as a way to create, right, this dynamism in new sectors and industries and create structural change in the long term. To talk about the MENA region, it's also useful to bring perhaps a horror story of development economics, or a cautionary tale, if you would have it, which is the story of Nauru. How many of you think about Nauru, right, when it comes to economic growth? It doesn't really come up quite often, but it's a very interesting case, because Nauru used to be, so it's this, as a Pacific, as a small island nation in the Pacific, used to have, believe it or not, one of the highest income per capita rate in the world in the 1970s, right? Thanks to the extraction of its rich phosphate deposits. But they extracted the phosphate in a way that was environmentally damaging, destroying the arable land, right, and the potential for agriculture, which used to be the main source of income for local livelihoods. If you fast forward 3 decades, the inevitable happened. They ran out of phosphate, right? And Nauru went back from being a high-income country to a low-income country, and now one of the major sources of income for the government is the fact that they're using the island to host a refugee detention center on behalf of Australia, right? But the reason why I bring this up is because this is a cautionary tale, right? What happened to Nauru had happened to many other countries in the past that overly dependent on natural resources. But the case of Nauru also shows us that it's present choices that determine long-term production possibilities, right? It's too late for them. Once they've embarked on this route, right, you can't just go back and do it. So this is why when thinking about industrial policy, industrialization, it's not just about, you know, the quick fixes and we'll worry about industrialization later, or the grow now, clean up later logic. It's actually now, right, that you're making those decisions, and there is a kind of path dependence element that determine even the latent comparative advantages that Justin mentioned that you will have in 10, 30, 40 years. And as such, in the region, industrial policy, we shouldn't be talking whether industrial policy works or not. At least that's my opinion. But we should really be talking about how to make it work, right? And the point I want to focus on is precisely on the how. And I would like to focus on, there's a long list of lessons that can be learned from the past, from the East Asian miracle, and at least in many other regions. But I'd like to focus on the kind of institutional mechanisms, right, to increase the likelihood of success. The first one is a point about coordination, especially interministerial coordination. Industrial policy historically has been the mandate of the Ministry of Trade and Industry in many countries, right? But in this time of day, it's impossible to continue this way. Because industrial policy is basically those decisions on what to produce, when to produce, how to produce, requires a whole of government approach. And in many ways, the successful experiments with industrial policy versus the failed one, a lot has to do with who's driving it within governments. In Brazil, which is a country that has very high green industrial ambitions, you have these strange situations where you have different ministries, right? And all have their own green industrial strategy, with some overlaps, but also, you know, tension points, right, and contradictions. In Malaysia, this issue was resolved with the Economic Planning Unit, which sits in the Prime Minister's office, right, but is actually really strengthened institutionally to drive this coordination between different ministries and especially through the 5-year plan that they produce, which doesn't involve just public agencies, but also the private sector, industry associations, academia, different types of experts, because they want to make sure that once the plan is approved, right, it represents, everybody has a buy-in, right, into the plan and has their view reflected. So in many ways, it's good to have visions, right? But the big question is who's driving the vision and is it coherent? A friend of mine once told me, having a vision is good, but too many visions lead to hallucinations, no? And in the region, there are indeed many vision plans. And the question is how to actually implement it. Which leads to my second point, which is about learning from failure. We heard, especially over lunchtime, discussions on failed industrial policy and when it works, when it doesn't. But I think that we're being unfair in a way because we tend to overemphasize the failures, right? They're quite dramatic, they're quite visible. It's easy to trace it to the government. But with the successes, you don't often trace it back to the government intervention, even when it was very discreet or even when it was in disguise. So Justin mentioned many cases in his presentation. An interesting case to add is the case of Chile, which is a country that has experienced a dramatic export diversification, still within commodities, right? But four new products emerged in the export basket outside of copper since the 60s and are now more than half of the export basket. Almost all of those have received strong and heavy government interventions, right? Including direct subsidies and price control mechanisms from the central bank. And this was basically during a supposedly free market regime, right, of Pinochet. So we tend to emphasize the failure, but the successes tend to be attributed to the firms, right, in a kind of very logical way. We heard as well the example from the US by Anne Kruger of the atomic bomb, and it being one of the success cases. Today, when we think of Tesla, I think we all have one name in mind, right? But we don't think of the massively subsidized credit that the Obama administration gave, right, to this company. We don't think of the federal tax credits for the purchase of EVs. We don't think of the investment in public infrastructure, in battery charging stations, which are critical, right, to the emergence of that sector. And in that sense, Daniel Rodrik has said that we should look at industrial policy failures the same way we look at venture capitalism, right? You're not supposed to win every single time, right? But the point is that overall, your successes or the effects of your successes will outweigh the effects of your losses. But I would go perhaps even further in saying it's not like venture capital, but it's more like sports. Because those failures, right, are part of the dynamic learning by doing process, including at the institutional level, right? In places like Estonia, today it's a massive hub for all sorts of tech innovation, not least Skype at the time and many other companies. But in many ways, this can be directly traced to the failed cybernetics experiment of the USSR, right, which left all these capabilities, skills, infrastructure to actually take it in a different direction. But you can only really use failures as part of the industrial policy if there is a process of institutional learning by doing, right? Even in the production of that policy, there's a lot that can be done. And in that sense, industrial policy also needs to be ready to take on challenges. One is the counterattacks by the incumbents, right? This is why it was particularly insightful to hear from Mohub the geopolitical angle, right? Because the incumbents are not just there waiting for you to take their market shares, right? They are usually counterattacked by leading firms. And successful experiments are also those firms that are able, right, to take on those challenges. Technological disruptions, especially in green tech. We expect innovations to keep happening every year. There's new types of technologies that change the production process. So in industrial policy that expects to be the same over a long period of time is unlikely to succeed. Market changes, regulatory changes, and so on. So as the famous athlete and public intellectual Mike Tyson said, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth, no? So that's something to actually learn with industrial policy, is that you should actually expect to be punched in the mouth, right? And change your policies accordingly. And that leads to the very important dimension of policy adjustments, right? Which has not often been explicitly addressed in the governance of industrial policy, where you produce it, right? If something fails, you kind of scrap it and you start over again, but not really thinking about how to adjust these policies over time, right, in the face of unexpected events. And I believe that this is perhaps one of the most important lessons in terms of industrial policy making that we can learn from China. I will not dare delving in too much details about the Chinese case with Justin sitting a few meters away, but the only thing I'll say is we tend to assume that, you know, Chinese industrial policy, that the Chinese just got it right, in one way because of their political system and so on. But in fact, there are many failures, right? Both in terms of sectoral focus, but also in terms of the policy tools implemented. But something that is quite peculiar about the Chinese experience is this ability to monitor, evaluate, and adjust, right, the policy strategies, keeping the long-term goal in line. And they went as far as, and correct me if I'm wrong, but as eliminating the Ministry of Energy in 2013, because they realized, like my first point on coordination, that there are some topics, there are some issues like energy that are really cross-ministerial, right? And to avoid this issue of policy incoherence, which is a big hurdle in industrial policy, they realized that instead they wanted to set up a National Energy Commission, which is a cross-interministerial commission. And there are not many countries today where you have the will and conditions to change the structures of governments to really ensure, right, that your long-term strategy succeeds. And this is also why in my book, I mentioned the curling theory of industrial policy as opposed to bowling. I don't know how much you like these two sports. I assume that curling is not very big here. But, you know, with bowling, you throw the ball and you're hoping that down the line it hits, you know, it strikes the target. But with curling, you don't leave it to chance, right? I don't know if you ever watched a curling competition, right? For most people, it's pretty boring to watch. But the point with curling is you throw the disc, but there are these sweepers on the side that adjust the trajectory of the disc, right, and try to bring it closer to the target. And I believe that this is something that has been missing, right, in the conception of industrial policy, this idea that you need to have the perfect recipe from the beginning, right, as opposed to trying something out and the ability to adjust it over time. So in that sense, I do believe that the cook matters a lot more than the recipe, right? We know some ingredients matters, but who does it really matters. And I believe that this inaugural IMF MENA conference represents, and the IMF's interest and work in the region, provides a great opportunity, right, to actually meaningfully engage with the governments of the region, to really think about the capacity to drive, right, these kind of policy tools, but to also own this agenda. Lastly, the third point, how am I doing with time? 2 minutes, perfect. On regional coordination, which has been addressed as well in the previous presentation. So when you think of, again, successes of industrial policy, it tends to be very large countries. In the MENA region, it's safe to say that without some kind of regional coordination, there is a glass ceiling in terms of what can be achieved, right, in different industries, right? And you need this kind of regional coordination, both on the supply side and on the demand side. On the demand side, to reach economies of scale, right? And on the supply side, because many of the complementary assets that you need for emerging industries or industries of the future are actually spread across the region, from where you have proximity to trade routes, where you have labor abundance, where you have manufacturing experience, where you can produce renewables at the lowest cost, and so on. But it's safe to say that coordination is a highly difficult or highly ambitious agenda. And actually, one of the research programs that we have at the Tide Center in Oxford relates to the multilateral coordination of industrial policy, where we have reviewed how different regions have done it over time, right? And we find three main levels. One is the supranational level, so EU-style industrial policy, which is a lot more difficult to reach success because you don't necessarily have this strong buy-in from governments. The second one is multilateral, the coordination through multilateral councils. So this is the experience of the ASEAN Coordinating Council, which provides a great source of policy lessons in the idea several governments coming together, right, directly negotiating and identifying credible targets, pulling together resources, especially for R&D, and standardizing their norms. And the third one is the minilateral level. This is where some governments who are aligned form coalitions of the willing, right? They don't want to wait for regional coordination institutions to start, and they decide together to pool their resources and build regional supply chains. So this is the case, for example, of Airbus, right? Where 4 countries, France, UK, Germany, Spain, pull together their resources because they wanted to compete, right, for airspace manufacturing. And in that sense, there are many lessons to learn, but one of the big ones is in terms of the flexibility that you need for these coordinating councils, right? To be able to adapt to changing conditions, to changing policy ambitions, but to provide this constant feedback loop in which each individual actor is able to adapt its policy response based on both collective gains, right, and national gains. So I will conclude now by saying that industrial policy is back. I believe it's here to stay. And that means when looking at those issues, we really need to put more efforts into the specifics of how to make it work, rather than assume that, you know, some countries happen to have the right governance for industrial policy, others don't, and for them, too bad, right? You won't be able to touch it. Don't play with fire, right? Like these toys with the word of caution. In the MENA region, industrial policy, because of the productive structures and characteristics of the region, industrial policy is not a luxury, it's a necessity, right? Because the cost, of course, it bears risks, it bears costs, but we need to measure those against the costs and the risks of not doing it, right? And following the market forces, where you might get to your destination, but it will take a very, very long time. And as Keane said, you know, in the long run, we're all dead. 2 is the narrative of industrial policy in the region has to be about resilience, right? As a key tool to achieve macroeconomic resilience, both in the short term and in the long term. Lastly, those ideas that I've presented here mostly come from my book, Survival of the Greenest, which makes an argument that using green industrial policy to achieve structural transformation is not just an ecological act, it's first and foremost an act of macroeconomic resilience, right? It's not just about the environment, it's about our exposure to both climate and transition risks. And it's a way to also make sure that we try to, for some of the latecomers, to reap some of those windows of opportunity. My book is very short, but it's also completely open access, which means that if you read it, you don't waste time and you don't waste money, which is the value proposition of the book. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Amir. And thanks, Justin, thanks, Almuhab. And I will just open to the floor for questions. Let me just put a couple of questions up front, and you can pick what you'd like to address. 2 of the themes that have come through are the consequences of geopolitical fragmentation, and the second one is the green transition. How should we think about the role of industrial policy in achieving that? I would add a third, which received a couple of mentions, but is normally pretty much relegated at the end of work on industrial policy, which is the fact that services are the largest share of GDP. So a growth strategy that ignores the 60–70% of GDP that may be accounted for by services is going to miss something important. So how do you think about a framing of the word industry which is broader than the sort of the literal meaning closer to manufacturing? And of course, any implications for the MENA region would be very welcome. Thank you. Pick any of these.
Well, service certainly becomes increasingly important when the country, rise in their income. As from the Kuznets curve, we know that. But service is also a sector. And if you want to develop the service, you also need to see what are the bottlenecks for their growth. And those kind of bottlenecks, whether the market can address it or not. If the market cannot address that, certainly the government need to facilitate. For example, the backdoor office service in India was one of the most important sectors in India. At the beginning, it was an initiative by entrepreneurs. But at that time, they relied on satellite telecommunication. The cost was very expensive, although they were viable. And then seeing that opportunity, the India invest in the land-based telecommunication to reduce the transaction cost. Then that helped the India to become the leading nation in providing office services in the world. So that means, yes, it's an opportunity. Again, it's an opportunity it needs to be facilitated by the government. Although the type of facilitation to the manufacturing sectors and to the service sectors can be different. But even they're different, they still need the same principle. Government facilitation to overcome bottlenecks for their growth. And if they can do that, certainly service will increasingly become more and more important for many countries.
Thank you. And do you have a feeling that policymakers devote enough attention to that topic? Because the public debate is so much focused on manufacturing, both in advanced economies, I don't know in this region, but I presume it's similar.
I totally agree. I think we are forgetting that services are now engine of growth, really. We did a survey in France about reshoring activities in France at the local level by bassin d'emploi, employment zones. And it is very interesting to see that the Schumpeterian reshoring activities that I call are located in the localities where services are very rich, are very intense. So where you have competitive advantages in services, you attract more activities in manufacturing sectors, in pharmacy, industries, etc. So I think it's the first thing to say. And another argument is that I said it just before in my presentation, is that we observe a contradictory movement in globalization because offshoring has increased dramatically. There was also a survey from OECD about that. The rate of offshoring in services inside the manufacturing sector. The figure is you have around, in OECD countries, in average, 40% of jobs are in manufacturing sector. I don't speak about the service sector, but about the manufacturing sector. 40% of the jobs within the manufacturing sectors are service jobs. So as companies are facing increasing costs in manufacturing, when they relocate production at home, they compensate that by more delocating, more offshoring around the region services. But if you want to catch the good services and not the bad services, you have to invest in education. Again, we have this question of coherence in different policies. Reform of the system of education, which is really to be reformed here, of course, everybody knows that. Reforms of the training sector, reforms of industrial policies, of course, and reform of strategies toward the diaspora because of the expatriation rate, which is very high. So I really agree with you. I think that the service sector is really a matter of focusing investment, but also interest.
Thank you for the question. Actually, I'll play devil's advocate by making the exact opposite argument. It's true, many of the jobs in manufacturing services, but the other way around also used to be true, which creates this fallacy, right? Because now we see the rising servitization of the economy, but many of the services used to be accounted in manufacturing operations, right? Because that was before they were outsourced. So the R&D, the marketing, as you've shown in the smiling curve, you know, this kind of both ends. And in some way, I think the question is, can you dissociate those services, which are value added and can act as engine of growth, but can you dissociate it from the nearby presence of manufacturing capabilities? As in many countries, you're able to actually do the services because you have a manufacturing sector, right? Which creates the demand for these services, right? But also provides transferable skills from which you can build to build a service, a service-led economy. So to answer your question, yes, services are important, but that does not mean that manufacturing is less important. Yeah. And speaking of which, to talk about manufacturing, one issue, though, is an issue of, isomorphic mimicry, as Len Pritchard calls it. With manufacturing, many countries or policymakers, it's true, get excited about this. They want to bring back manufacturing jobs. But the issue is everyone wants to do the same type of manufacturing, right, for the same type of product. So even in green industrialization, everybody wants to do local content requirements for solar cells, right? But the truth is, there's a limit of how many producers you can have, and the truth is there's one big, very competitive producer at the moment. And so the challenge is to kind of reopen the creative space for all the different types of manufacturing that can be built in a kind of latent comparative advantage or even beyond that latent comparative advantage. And there is a lot that can be done. But unfortunately, when it comes to industrial policy and the sectoral focus, policymakers are under pressure, right? They need to deliver quickly, and you don't usually have that time to really properly have this meaningful dialogue with the private sector about what else could you do, right? So that leads to very often sectoral imitation, and at worst, a fallacy of composition where neighbors in the same region end up producing the same things as opposed to really thinking about finding their niche within their economic dynamism.
Thank you all, and let me give Jihad the first question.
Thank you very much. Excellent presentation and provocative. Yeah, thank you very much. Excellent presentations. I have some quick questions. The first one is related to market failure. And my question will be more focused on emerging markets rather than advanced economies. The difference between market failure and policy failure is sometimes not very clear. And instead of addressing the policy failure, we tend to address it through direct policies that, in fact, increase the cost of addressing the problem, or instead of improving conditions, may not achieve the expected results. In certain cases, when the exchange rate is misaligned, you need to align exchange rate instead of providing access to finance through subsidized loans or so on. Therefore, how can we differentiate and address issues when it's more policy failure than market failure? And the second thing is sometimes having state intervention to address the weaknesses or the lack of enablers could be justified. Lack of technology infrastructure in order to allow India to export further, lack of certain type of skills. Should we consider that addressing enablers through industrial policy is similar to maybe trying to promote new industry? My third question is, we've mentioned oil exporting countries and then back to the context of the region. GCC countries, for example, are trying to diversify their economy outside of energy. Yet, they are trapped into the choice between diversifying by going into industries that require energy and capital, or going into other activities that are dissociated to their core comparative advantage. Therefore, how you diversify out of your comparative advantages and become less dependent on those, and what are the recipes? And my last question about the role of the state, my question is to Justin. In many economies, the role of the state or the presence of the state through SOEs is large, specifically in the region. Therefore, do you advocate, based on the Chinese experience, is to use those for industrial policies, or use other avenues by providing maybe, or leveling the playing field to non-state entities? Thank you.
Maybe I'll collect still the remaining questions. I had the lady in the back, and then I had Antonio and Vivek.
Thank you very much for the very interesting presentation. I have a question for Professor Justin. Now, you mentioned that industrial policy failed in some countries because they targeted capital-intensive industries. But if you look at the case of Egypt, they targeted labor-intensive industry, ready-made garment, for decades protected with tariffs, and up till now, they cannot compete on, in the domestic market with imports. So what are your thoughts about this?
Hi. I think you are lucky, very lucky. Because if Anne Kruger were here, she'd jump like this, and you would have an earful asking for a cost-benefit analysis. In particular, she was very concerned about market failure versus government failure. So she wouldn't let you go unless you convince her that government failure are less than market failure. So on her behalf, I'm...
My question is actually very MENA specific, but I think it echoes a little bit what Jihad has already said. So just briefly, you know, many countries in MENA, as Al-Mahmoud was saying, have diversification strategies. They don't want to be super dependent on hydrocarbons and, you know, especially oil. And I think the example that Amir gave of Nauru and the phosphate is probably relevant in that sense. But at the same time, it's probably not desirable to have a situation where everybody produces everything, because I mean, that goes completely against trade theory, where trade should be based on comparative advantage, endowment, scale economies, and so forth. So if on the one hand, you know, you don't want to be overly reliant on one or two products, but on the other hand, you don't want to go to the other extreme, then I think the policy question for people in the region is how to determine the diversification strategy, and in particular, how to identify what Justin was calling latent comparative advantage, so that, you know, you don't go down too far in the wrong area. Thank you.
One question here, and then I have to defer to the organizers whether they want to extend the session, because
right,
otherwise we already have have already taken quite a bit of questions.
All right. First, thank you very much for the panelist excellent presentation. I have a comment leading to a question.
My comment is regarding the failure of industrial policy. By the way, I'm a very much pro industrial policy, but we should not kind of say that or kind of assume that if, for example, for a company to have a bad strategy, it's going to go out of business and we're going to have a better allocation of resources. So this is good. But for a country, and given my little bit experience in the government, now having a bad industrial policy can be detrimental for the country. And what about having, instead of 1, 2, or 3 bad industrial policy? What's going to happen? Now this is going to lead to discouragement of the private sector for decades. It's going to lead to accumulation of foreign debt or debt that's going to be paid by generations to come. So the idea of, oh, that's fine, having an industrial policy that's not going to work, so let's try another one. We should not take it lightly in a way. And this is something that for policymakers, because policymakers tend to, okay, let's have this, let's change that, but the costs of having a bad industrial policy could be, especially if the country is big, it could have a drastic social and economic cost. Now, given that, and given the presentation, I was just thinking, I'm not an expert, of course, but now, what about a simple kind of industrial policy? Why not focusing on, from what I've written, just so AI and green technology and environmental technology? With this, and given the spillovers of these type of direction to different industries, to different sectors, then I would say that we would not, we would not fail. Thank you very much.
Floor back to speaker. I'm told we are already running very, very short of time. Telegraphic answers would be really appreciated. The floor is yours. So maybe Justin, you want to take us first?
Well, all those comments are very relevant. But before I respond to the specific questions, let me start with, most industrial policy failed. It's a fact. But no developing country can catch up the developed country without industrial policy. Secondly, no advanced country can maintain technological leadership in the world without industrial policy. And so with that, because a lot of failures of industrial policy, we recommend the country not to adopt industrial policy. Then that will be a recipe of failures. The country will be stagnant, and the developed country will become lagging behind. So with that, our obligation is not because of most industrial policy failed. We advise the country not to adopt industrial policy. I think our obligation is to find the principle to make industrial policy improve the probability of success and reduce the probability of failures. So that's my position. With that, I'd like to pick up a few related questions. That is government failures or government failures. From what my observation is that if your industrial policy deviates from your competitive advantages, then you need to give a lot of subsidies and protections to those kind of industries that you want to support. And those kind of protection and subsidies certainly will create all kind of rent seekings and misallocations. And so those kind of industrial policy may have good intention, but in general, their results were poor. So with that, that's I come into the principle of latent competitive advantages. The so-called latent competitive advantages, those kind of sectors, you already have low cost of production, but they are not competitive because they have high transaction costs. And those kind of high transaction costs certainly can come from many different dimensions, depends on the stage of development, depends on type of industries. And that's the reason why I come into those kind of 5 categories of industry a country has. You are still on the catching up stages, or you are on the global leaders, or you are losing competitive advantage in those kind of sectors, and you need to transform to other area, or you want to capture the opportunity that arising from the fourth industrial revolution and so on. So if you have industrial policy in those in mind, actually it's not so hard to identify sector of which you have latent competitive advantages. And if you try to facilitate the sector of which you have latent competitive advantages, in most of way, in most of dimension is to remove the barriers. And those kind of activities does not require too much subsidies. In general, that's a facilitation. For example, you need to improve infrastructure, but you do not have the capacity to improve the infrastructure for the whole nations. Then why not to have some kind of enclave approach? In some area that they have those kind of factor endowments, and they have the competitive advantage in certain sectors in those areas, but now they don't have good infrastructure, and to build up some kind of industrial park or special economic zone. With that part or special economic zones, you make the infrastructure good enough for those kind of industry to turn from latent to actuals. And with that, it also answers the question of the enablers' capacity. If you do try to improve the institution for the whole nation, infrastructure for the whole nations, and if you want to be too ambitious, you need to mobilize a lot of resources to protect those kind of sectors. Then it's very hard to achieve. Then the ability, the capability of the state will not be enough. But if you try to be very pragmatic on those kind of areas, you already have latent competitive advantages, and in certain locations on clear approach, I think all the government in the world have sufficient capability to do that. So that's my answer to the question you raised. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to answer the question about diversification, I think, again, if you take the experience from some countries, you can observe something very simple. Few countries had experimented a diversification process without openness. China, but China is a huge country and it has entered the globalization, as I said, in very specific conditions. And what we know from, for example, Spain, Portugal, and all the Eastern and Central European countries is that they succeeded in diversification process because they received FDI, not vertical FDI, but horizontal FDI. They received FDI in sectors in which they didn't have competitive advantages, but the firms have competitive advantages. So insurance, services, infrastructures, etc., etc. And you can see every Eastern European countries, and everybody knows that, and Spain. And on the contrary, since a long time, for a while, the regions receive specifically vertical FDI. So, and vertical FDI has something very simple effect. It stuck the country in his traditional competitive advantages. So if you want to have a diversification, you have to have FDI in AI, for example, in low carbon. But for that, you have a condition that is not present here in MENA. The size of the original market has to be much, much more higher. And what you observe is that the transaction costs between each MENA countries is 4 times higher than the transaction costs for trade between each MENA countries and Europe. So this is exactly the conditions favorable for a spoken hub asymmetric relation between Europe and these countries. So again, the political argument is, if you want to attract horizontal FDI, if you want to diversify, you have to play the game of the deeper, the more integrated regional market. And what we say is that the new generation of leaders in GCC can play this role and probably can be the engine for a more deep integration region. So I think it's really important because it is based on facts, and you can observe that really the transaction costs between each MENA countries, between them, is really prohibitive. It's really too much high. Second point about failures and market failures versus state failures. The literature shows, and I mentioned the book from Adil Malik and Ishaq Diwan and others. In the region, you accumulate the two. You have both market failures and both state failures. Why? Because of crony relations between the firms that are selected by subsidies from the government, from the crony, and we select which firms, not necessarily the best firms, the most productive, the most innovative, but often we select the firms that are not very good. So you have a political system that encourages both market failures and both state failures. So again, the answer, I'm sorry to say that, but the answer is only political, both for integration, regional integration, despite the geopolitical problems that we have between countries, Morocco, Algeria, etc., etc. Again, we need a volunteer to have a deeper regional market, and we have also to push the reforms against crony capitalism.
Most industrial policies failed, but most sectors or industries that have successfully come out of the export basket of countries diversifying had some industrial policy to support them, right? So you're absolutely right. But the key point here is that the chances of success are even slimmer if you don't have one industrial policy of some sorts. The questions that were addressed on the enablers, I think it's a very good question to raise. The one thing that I will add is it's true in some sectors it's about enabling the environment. But in many other sectors, especially in countries that are not diversified, where you don't have that latent comparative advantage somewhere else, there's a big first mover disadvantage, right? In a way, private firms are not equipped to take on that first mover disadvantage because in that business, it might be that you want to be the first mover, actually, right? The first follower, right? Or the second mover. Because you can learn from the first firm that does all the trial and error, the R&D, the business plan, and just copy that model. And this is where stronger industrial policy tools are extremely important, right? In subsidizing that discovery process. And in many countries, it has been the case. So, for example, I had mentioned Chile earlier, which is often portrayed as a laissez-faire miracle. Second largest exporter of salmon nowadays. There was 0 salmon farmed in Chile in the 1960s and 70s, right? But it was state public funding that enabled to develop what they called vitrine firms. So the idea was it's going to take a lot of resources to show how it works, to find out the type of species of salmon. But once it works, this is going to be a public good, right? That you have a multiplier effects because there's a lower cost, right, for firms to follow. And for diversification, that's essential, right? Because you don't want to take on the first mover disadvantage. The second one that relates to your point, by the way, it's the first time I ever hear AI and simple used in the same sentence. But the point I think to add is on the dynamic comparative advantage. Is Toyota a successful case of industrial policy? Toyota ran at loss for the first 40 years of its existence. 40 years surviving thanks to public subsidies, right? Which to most in the literature, it's a clear case of why didn't you cut support before, right? It's clearly a loser. But there is this dynamic acquisition of capabilities, right? Which was the government could keep track of, because precisely performance requirements, right? Seeing that there is actually progress happening. And I think that's something that is important to remember in terms of, are we too quick to sometimes judge failures, right? What is success? And in that sense, yes, there are many risks, but we know from past experiences that there are many ways to reduce those risks, right? Performance requirements. If you receive support, the state is supposed to be able to keep track of success, otherwise you lose support. Monitoring and evaluation, right? And to your point as well, in terms of experiences, Malaysia has a national productivity agency which every year reviews every regulation that the country has and assesses whether there's still a case for the regulation to stay, right? As opposed to it staying by default. And it enables to get rid of regulations that might not be useful anymore. And many other kind of policy that can be used. And very last, as you notice, I'm obsessed with sports metaphor, no? So I will end with another one, which is that when it comes to industrial policy, the state doesn't have to be just the referee that sets the rules of the game, right, and enforces them and enforce a penalty when the rules are not respected. But also it doesn't have to be the other extreme, the player that has to be on the pitch, that has to take all the passes, that has to score all the goals, that has to be the team captain. From the bench, the state can do a lot as a head coach, right? I'm Algerian, so I like to call it the Zidane theory of industrial policy, but it's adaptable. And in a way, there's a key role for the state to set up the long-term vision, the targets, the strategy, the training that increases the chemistry between the players, right? That increases the competitiveness of the whole team. It's not just the individual player, right? But they see the big picture. And in an international competition, you would never send your team, even if they're great players, without their coach. You need the coach behind. And I think it's the same in today's context and international economy. Firms can do great, but you need some kind of state intervention to be able to set up that long-term goal with the politics. I'm saying at Adil Malik, my colleague, because it is about buy-in, and it is about which firms, who are the winners and who are the losers. So the political economy is extremely important to not only explaining the situation, but also to anticipate or to pave the way for understanding success. Thank you.
Let me warmly thank the panelists. Please give them a round of applause. And thanks to the audience for their patience as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the panelists, very engaging, and thank you for the moderation. So so we exceeded the time by 1 hour out of 7, so that's a 14% deficit. No fiscal discipline whatsoever. So 2 quick announcements, logistics announcement. If you have borrowed one of the headphones, we ask you kindly to return them. Otherwise, my colleagues will have to pay for them. The other thing is the buses are waiting for you at the Pepsi gate where you came. Thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m.
Je vais te récupérer et moi, au prochain, je vais
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much.